Thank you very much for this opportunity, to talk about the event, FHS and the UAE Africa Tourism Investment Summit.
Sure.
We're here under the invitation of the Honorable Minister of Economy and Tourism
Yes.
of the UAE to interact and create connectivity.
Okay.
And expose the investment opportunities that exist in our tourism destination. So far, the day started, on a very high note, with very inspiring statements provided by the Honorable Minister and the other dignitaries, representing Africa, as well as the Commissioner for Africa under the UN Tourism, as well as the panel discussions.
Okay.
I think the panel discussion, one of the takeaway, especially with respect to the private sector, the panel discussion where Marriott International Accord were featured, as well as the other hotels chain. Just telling us as policymakers, what is it that we have to do to be able to create the enabling environment for the private sector to be able to invest in our destinations and thrive. So far, it's very inspiring, it's very thought-provoking, and above all, connectivity, it creates connectivity.
It's an opportunity, isn't it, to meet people, to network with people, and you're in a place, in a city, which has become a hub, very much a tourism hub. And I guess there are lessons in that you can take away. If there was one thing so far that has hit you that you're going to take back home as the Minister of Tourism, could you put that into a simple paragraph?
Effectively, I think we are always inspired when we come to Dubai. Because how the tsunami transformation that has taken place here is phenomenal.
Yes.
So it is always a good thing to be here and see the visibility alone is something that can always inspire anyone that comes here. More so, hearing from the authorities.
Okay.
What is it that they have been doing, how they have done it. And, the other thing, which the guy from IFC, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, said that they have a saying that you don't wake up somebody that's not sleeping, and certainly Dubai is not sleeping.
For sure.
So that statement itself, it's inspiring, and for us, we're always intrigued about how this place have been able to use connectivity among all other gamut of policies to transform this destination to be a destination of choice, so that everybody wants to come here.
Yeah.
So, and one thing about these kind of platforms, one is that if you do not go out of your cocoon, you will not add on to what you know. And just being here, the small things that you see and these interactions enriches our intuition to be able to do things better.
It's an interesting point, because at some point you have to be open, don't you, to opportunity, and that's really the key. Opportunity is always there. It's whether you take it or not, I guess. I have to be honest with you, Minister, I don't have a great deal of knowledge about the situation in Gambia when it comes to tourism. Could you, for the benefit of our listeners, for our viewers, just sum up where tourism is now in the Gambia and where your leadership will hopefully take tourism?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier on, the Gambia is known as the smiling coast of Africa.
Sure.
We don't get that title out of nothing, because we are a very friendly, very peaceful, and very secure destination, very welcoming.
Yeah.
We have wonderful infrastructure. I mean, we are almost from Europe, about 5.5 hours by flight.
Okay.
In West Africa, we have pristine beaches, unspoiled. What we have been able to in terms of numbers, as you very well know, most countries have been hit by the COVID.
Yes.
So we are on the road to recovery.
Yes.
We have a spectacular investment opportunity, incentives for private sector to thrive in the tourism sector, among other sectors. The tourism is a priority sector. But what we have done now is that our new strategy is to try to increase our numbers of visitors into the country. How are we planning to do that? We're doing that in partnership, collaborative partnership with the private sector.
Okay.
To make sure that the private sector takes the lead. And our role as a government, in terms of policies, in terms of regulation, becomes facilitatory rather than being commanding. So, and we believe that with this new strategy, in terms of new approach that we are leveraging on, in terms of digital marketing, is something that we believe will provide more visibility for more people to come into the Gambia and create that number increase that we're looking for.
In terms of numbers, if I can pin you down slightly, what are you looking to go from? What's the basic
Currently,
moment?
for example, pre-COVID was about 200 and something thousand.
Okay.
So we are aiming to get to 1 million.
Okay.
Yes. And
Is
it
there
requires
a time frame for that?
we have a track strategy. A tourism policy and strategy goes from 2023 to 2032.
Okay.
So we are working on that.
What could a tourist expect in the Gambia? What do people look for when they come to the country now?
The beach, cultural tourism,
Okay.
heritage. We have a amazing river that you can cruise and see hippos and see, dolphins interact. It's the best thing that you can have anywhere in the world.
I just want to make a point with you there. When I was a child, my father worked in Cameroon, not a million miles away from the Gambia. So I have great memories as a 10, 11-year-old boy in Africa and the experiences that I had. And what's interesting there is you frame yourself as the smiling nation, and that, I think, for me, as a young boy, is probably my overriding memory of Cameroon. Clearly a completely different country, but it was all about the people for me. And I think that's a really undervalued, in many cases in tourism, that's an undervalued resource, isn't it?
Yeah, as somebody said earlier on, we're not just relying on tourism on a seasonal basis.
Right.
We're looking at tourism as an engine of growth. And if you're selling a garment, you go do a window shopping in M&S, or you go to Primark.
Sure.
If it is not well dressed and presented, you will never buy it.
It's a good point.
Behind it is a quality as well.
Yeah.
You look at those things. What you see in the Gambia, in terms of the smile, in terms of the friendliness, in terms of accommodating visitors, is really what you get when you get to the Gambia. And that's why in the country, we continue to have repeaters from the UK, we have repeaters from the Netherlands, from Belgium. In fact, the tourism was started by the Scandinavians. But because of some shift, we are trying to bring back the Scandinavians as well as the Germans with FTI, because FTI collapsed and all that. So it's a mixture. And we are also relying on, wellness tourism.
Okay.
As well as, tapping on our diasporans in the US through the Roots Homecoming Festival. You've heard about Alex Haley, when you were young, the Roots.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So that is something that originated from the Gambia.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Yes, it is from the Gambia, and we are trying to rebrand it.
Okay.
To make sure that there is greater awareness of the cultural heritage of the Gambia.
This is the thing, isn't it? It is, when it comes to destinations, I was talking to somebody earlier today and I said, look, 30 years ago, Abu Dhabi, for lots of British tourists, is that in Wales? We don't know quite where that is. Nowadays, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah to an extent, where we are now in the United Arab Emirates, are international destinations, and they hold a I think it's fair to say they hold a position in tourism and hospitality. And I guess you're on that journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's an issue of, in here, they have God-giving natural resources.
Yes.
And they've been able to harness that
Yes.
beyond the oil into the human capital and build the capacities of the people, diversification. And that is exactly what we are doing in the Gambia. We have a project which is funded by the World Bank called the Tourism Diversification and Resilience Project. Climate friendly, sustainability, inclusiveness, stakeholder participation, all of it is part of it. Because today, people are not just going into hotels, going to the beach, they want to see the culture. They want to see nature.
Sure. Yeah.
And interact. And these are all the things that we're building up. And we are hopeful that learning from Dubai, what they have been able to do, UAE, others, we will be able to move on a fly path, cruising altitude.
I like it. Moving northwards. Well, look, I wish you all the best at the
Thank you,
summit
Tim.
with the connectivity. His Excellency
Thank you.
Abdullah Joe, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture from the Gambia. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
You've been given this opportunity. And we hope we'll have an opportunity to meet again.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. I'm Tim Elliott, and we're talking tax now. So, Here's the story, the implications of the proposed UK exit tax. I'm joined to talk this through by an expert. She's a financial expert at the Michelle Carby practice under the Holborn Assets Group, which is a financial advisory, international financial advisory. Michelle, lovely to meet you. Nice to have you here.
Thanks, Tim. Nice to be here.
Good to have you. Look, this is I said this just now, it's a very UK-centric story, but I think it's a really interesting story given the background. If you consider post-COVID anywhere in the world, but in this case in the United Kingdom, the change in government from from right to left in terms of the political spectrum, tax rises necessary to pay for COVID. Much is being written about wealthy entrepreneurs making their way abroad to more favourable tax positions, tax havens even. So here we are, really, and the 2025 budget is looming. It's November the 26th. Financial experts are kind of urgently assessing how this proposed rumoured exit tax measures targeting high net worth individuals and maybe capital gains could redefine wealth planning for UK expats. So it's a narrow window for action potentially. Lots of people fretting about this. Let's start with what an exit tax is. Can you first of all kind of define what it means before we go any further?
Thanks, Tim. In this context, it's not going to be a £500, toll charge at the airport every time, you arrive or leave. It's not that type of exit tax.
Good to know.
It's rather being modelled currently by the Labour government in the UK, and that's where the rumours are coming from. So the exit tax, or how they'd like to frame it, is a settling up charge, because that sounds a lot softer than a penalty or a tax.
It does.
That sounds quite punitive, but a settling up charge does sound a little bit softer and nicer on the ears rather than a tax or a penalty. And what they're currently considering is levying this 20% settling up charge on high net worth individuals, aimed specifically at entrepreneurs, business people, and investors. That's the target audience for this particular tax that's being considered right now.
Okay, so as far as we know, it's being considered. It's been a rumour. Rumours come from somewhere, of course they do. But it is much more than a rumour, and you expect something on November the 26th to be announced.
We certainly do. It was published on the 1st of November by well-respected press in the UK.
Yeah.
Publications like The Independent, The Guardian, and The Times. They all published this 20% settling up tax and went through quite a bit of detail on that particular day. The rumours, they suggest, came from the modelling that's being run right now by Rachel Rees and her team in the UK. And since it's coming from a trusted source, people are sitting up and paying attention and thinking the chances are pretty good that we're going to see this announced in the budget on the 26th.
Okay, so it looks like something of this order is going to be announced. It doesn't take a genius, and I certainly am not one, to see the aim is to prevent successful entrepreneurs shifting wealth, cashing out, of course. Big headline recently was, I guess, really the Revolut co-founder Nikolai Storonsky's move to Dubai here. It kind of illustrates the concern, I suppose. What's the current tax situation for someone who leaves the UK for sunnier climes?
Currently, as things stand, you have a 5-year rule that is in place, which means you can move abroad to tax havens or lower tax jurisdictions. The most popular currently being used in all headlines is Dubai, but other options do exist like Monaco and the Cayman Islands. I think everybody's forgotten about the other options.
The other brands are available, aren't they? Yeah.
Exactly. And everybody seems to be flying to Dubai or just considering Dubai in totality. But it means that you could move abroad to a tax haven and dispose of your UK assets once you're abroad, provided you don't return for 5 years back to the UK. So that's a very strict consideration. If you return back to the UK during the 5 years, it will be that you'll be taxed as if you never left.
Is that how much time, if you went back for, I don't know, a wedding, a funeral, whatever, that's not included?
That's not included. We're talking
What's
about
the time period?
moving back to become tax resident.
Okay, so you can spend a certain amount of time back.
You can.
Right.
You can.
You've talked about, it looks like it's going to be a 20% levy on unrealised capital gains. That's the theory. Are there any more details of, I'm asking you for details of rumours, but you know what I mean.
Yes, details of rumours.
Yeah.
What we understand from the modelling currently being proposed is that it's on the value of the company. So, for example, if you bought a business at £1 million, and you sold it at £5 million, the profit is 4 million.
Right.
Apply the 20% to that 4 million, 800,000 pounds worth of taxation will be levied. Now, they're also talking about a deferment mechanism, which might be quite attractive. So they're not saying you'd have to pay the 800,000 in that example on the day you leave. Rather, they're allowing a deferment mechanism within the modelling that they're doing to say when you sell it, that's the amount of tax that will be payable from the sale. So they're making the calculation on the day that you leave, but the tax will only be payable once that business is sold, for example. So once the gain is actually realised.
Okay. Why is it being considered at this point? What are the mechanics of the reason that the Chancellor Rachel Reeves is going to put this in place?
Well, if you consider the current position in the UK, they have a very big fiscal gap to plug. Rumoured $20 to $30 billion worth of black hole. The settling up charge will potentially realise £2 billion. That's quite an attractive number to the UK government, and it's not against their manifesto pledge, whereas raising income tax and raising VAT are obvious options, but that would go against their manifesto that they put in place at the last election. So tackling something like this and bringing in the settling up charge would be something that they haven't spoken about before, but is in place with other G7 countries around the world. And so they can actually see it working because France, for example, and Germany have this model and it works very effectively. Canada do something similar, and the US do something similar if you give up your US citizenship.
It also, I guess, it kind of fits along party lines. It fits to principles, doesn't it? If you're on the left of the spectrum, so I can understand that. But is this a first step towards taxing the more wealthy, high net worth individuals, the wealthier, I don't know, corporations, as they're seen? Is that maybe
it is? I
where
think
it's headed?
Absolutely, Tim. I think it's definitely a step in that direction because I think people feel that if you tax the wealthy, only those people are affected. It doesn't affect the masses. So potentially not too much of a vote loser, in inverted commas.
Yeah.
And perhaps more of a vote winner because you're not affecting everyone across the piece.
Well, to the ordinary working man, the average Joe, if you like, it could be pretty popular.
Absolutely. And the next changes that potentially could happen is once they've tackled this, they could potentially look at restricting pension contributions, for example, because right now you have £60,000 a year that you can pay in pension contributions and get 40% tax relief for high rate taxpayers. So there are other things that they can do, and this may be the precursor to other things that they can tinker with in the future.
Okay. We hear so much in the UK press, and these are in international stories. Mr. Revolut, co-founder, is obviously the big story, but it's a good illustration. there is so much made of millionaires are leaving the UK, everybody's fleeing, the Labour government are doing this. I just wonder how much, first of all, how much that's a thing. Really, in your opinion, again, I'm asking for rumours and opinions and speculation, and everything else. But it is interesting. And could this also stem this stream of people leaving, ensuring that high earners remain UK resident income taxpayers, and whether those determined to go would still go and kind of pay up as you leave, kind of thing?
Look, it's a difficult one, Tim. I think one does have to consider that these wealthy business owners employ a lot of people and they pay a lot of tax in the UK. And consider this, that if these wealthy business owners had to shut up shop and leave tomorrow, for example, how many people does that add to the unemployment numbers, and also reduces the income tax and VAT that those businesses would otherwise be paying? And that's, lost revenue and collateral damage, for want of better words.
Well, it is. It's also, you said something there. If a chancellor of a country is looking to make up a 20 to 30 billion hole, so you've got to find that money from somewhere. And one of the ways is a tax like this, where you raise £2 billion. £2 billion pounds, is a great deal of money. Times that by 5, you get the dirhams. It's 10 billion dirhams. But it's not going to fill a 20 to 30 billion dirham hole, is it? It feels to me, drop in the ocean is a little bit extreme, but it's nowhere near enough.
It isn't, but it is a big number towards a big number.
And that's how it's seen, I guess.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. And there are other changes that the UK government are considering to plug that hole. They're considering all kinds of other options in order to get that fiscal gap plugged. But it is a drop in the ocean if you consider it, and 2 billion against 20 or 30 billion shortfall doesn't seem very much, but it's a step in the right direction.
Okay. Is this just for people heading to low tax jurisdictions, or could this potentially affect people leaving for places with taxes, a similar regime to the UK, if you like?
Well, there are double taxation agreements in place with a number of countries. So the no tax or lower tax jurisdictions, places like Dubai, Monaco, the Cayman Islands, are obviously no tax jurisdictions when it comes to capital gains tax, for example. They also have double taxation agreements in place with the UK, which means you'll only be taxed in one jurisdiction. So if somebody moved to Portugal, for example, they would have a consideration towards tax just at a much lower level.
Right.
So you'll either pay it in Portugal or you'll pay it in the UK, but it will be paid somewhere. But it's important to understand that whilst these are headlines right now and considerations, you do have time to put mechanisms in place. Don't just rush for the exit door and think that's the best strategy, because the UK government are a little bit smarter than most laymen. So rather, talk to people that are informed, speak to your financial advisors, your tax advisors, and get proper financial planning advice before you make rash decisions.
It's such good advice, that it really is, because it's very easy, isn't it? We're bombarded by media, and it's not just reading a paper anymore. It's on your phone screen. It hits you as soon as you wake up in the morning. I'm trying so hard not to head to my phone the first thing in the morning, but that's how it works now. You need to, take a step back, don't you?
Absolutely. Don't just rush into things. We do this every day. We work alongside our clients. So it's very important to speak to your advisors, people like ourselves, to make sure that before you rush to the exit, before you panic and press a button and there's no going back after that, rather put strategies in place. There are strategies that would reduce the amount of tax that you would have to pay legitimately. Consider all your options before you fly and make rash decisions, which potentially there's no going back from.
We should point out at this point, it's about avoiding rather than evading
Correct.
isn't it?
And
That's
reducing rather than evading.
exactly right. You mentioned capital gains tax there for a moment. Why would you not just get rid of capital gains tax relief that non-residents it's applicable for certain non-residents who sell UK assets? That's been done before, hasn't it?
It has. As things currently stand, there's capital gains tax on the sale of investment property, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Not your main residence,
Yeah.
but investment property. So there are taxes in place, and that's circling back to what I just mentioned earlier. Rather than knee-jerk reaction, put proper, robust plans in place so that you could take advantage of the reliefs that exist today before any changes come into place, and don't necessarily just believe the headlines and rush for the exit, because strategically it may not be the right thing for you.
You're thinking about this in some detail. This is what you do day to day. This is something that you obviously sit and kind of discuss and ruminate, and you take advice, and you come up with your own way of approaching your clients, I guess. Can I ask you to kind of not speculate, but just offer put forward a thesis, if you like, the predicted kind of consequences of this, the concerns. What do you think, assuming this exit tax comes in and it affects you in your clients in some way, what do you think it means?
I think for the clients that take advice, I think it means it's business as usual. For you, don't panic. I think holding companies are a good option, and certainly because of the way taxation is levied in the UK and the way that you can take out dividends and make those payments to holding companies, and then from your holding company you can invest in a number of things that offers layers of protection. So there are strategies there that will allow you to reduce the amount or mitigate the amount of capital gains tax that you need to pay, rather than yourself as an individual, because you don't have that layer of protection in your individual capacity. So again, just highlighting the importance of taking robust financial advice.
We had a guest yesterday talking about personal finance, and I remember somebody saying to me years ago, fail to plan to fail.
100% right.
Which is, I know it's a cliche, and I know I've said it twice in 2 days, so I should probably do some more research, but it applies in this case, doesn't it? It's so important to think it through and to not just flail around worrying.
Absolutely, because there are anti-avoidance measures in place. There are other loopholes, if you like, that were closed a long time ago or are closing in the next budget. So it's really important to work with the experts and understand what the consequences of your actions are going to mean, rather than just, pressing an exit button and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and don't believe your friends are like, oh, it's definitely going to happen. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. Oh, oh no, you got to sell that. Yeah, don't. Yeah. Last question. It looks likely that this is going to happen. Most observers agree. Rumors like this come from some kind of foundation of truth. But what if it is just a rumor? Is there a chance of a curveball here that you don't expect? I mean, again, it's a speculative question, but
Look, there's always a chance it doesn't happen. And I
yeah,
think business owners and entrepreneurs and investors in the UK will breathe a massive sigh of relief.
for sure.
But it's not to say that it won't be considered in the future. It just gives you more time.
Okay.
So time gives you an opportunity to plan and to put robust measures in place, and plan with the knowledge that it's a consideration today. It might not come in tomorrow, but there's no saying that it won't come in the future. And having proper financial plans and strategies in place is never a bad thing.
Because it wouldn't be the first. I'm kind of glad you answered it in that way, because it wouldn't be the first time that the Chancellor, and famously it's always the Chancellor outside in Downing Street with the box on the way to the Commons. That's always the picture. But it wouldn't be the first time that something long rumoured has not come into effect.
I agree, Tim, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that the government are running these models right now,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
they're briefing on them right now. So
I was
these,
looking for a glimmer of light, and you kind of switched all the lights off in the tunnel.
I'm sorry. But I think they have to look at as many opportunities as they can. So this is a good option for them to consider. Not saying it's the only option, but it's a good option to consider, because certainly last year when they brought in the changes for inheritance tax, those were big problems. How those affected the farming community and
Yes.
and farms that have been in families for generations, and where they had some reliefs on inheritance tax, those were going to affect them that very day.
Mm,
And there was a lot of pushback,
there
but
really was.
and you saw farmers driving from far and wide and going into central London on their tractors, and putting demonstrations in place just to let the government know how disillusioned they were with those changes and what that meant for the farming community and for the very people that actually deliver food to your plate.
Yeah.
So that was something that wasn't foreseen and wasn't rumored before it happened. It just happened.
Mm,
And those people were really badly affected because they didn't have the opportunity to make any changes or to make any, plans and put different measures in place. It was just something that happened, bam, on that day. So at least with having these rumors, it gives people the opportunity to sit up and pay attention and say, actually, I haven't done anything to date, but if this was to become a reality, what can I do in order to set my camp up and make it as robust as I possibly can?
it's a hard thing to talk about tax. It is, but you've managed to do it in I was going to say a delightful way. I've enjoyed talking to you about tax. I think it's the first time I've said that. I honestly think it is.
I know, Tim, thanks so much. Tax isn't meant to be taxing, but certainly it's complicated.
It is. Okay. The implications of the proposed UK exit tax. Michelle Carby is a financial expert. She has her own practice under the Holborn Assets Group. They are a financial advisory, an international financial advisory. Very UK-centric story, I know, but November the 26th is literally around the corner. We will find out then. Michelle, I've loved talking to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Source of information. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning. Welcome to you. You could be with us at mirabusiness.fm, the website. You could be watching on YouTube, wherever you are. You're very welcome, whether it's across social media, wherever. Drop us a like, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. Now, it's the business of food here on the programme, a topic that we talk a great deal about in the office and not enough on air, probably. I think that's fair to say. Chef, culinary ambassador, CEO of the FSIN group of companies, Chef Sperkos is a culinary entrepreneur known for his ability to modernize traditional Greek cuisine. He's built a multi-concept empire, including signature restaurants like The Dish and the wellness-focused FSIN Fresh. Chef, I'm going to call you that. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me for today.
It's really good to have you here. There's so much to talk about with you. We've just spent, 20 minutes off air talking. We should really have recorded that interview and broadcast that. But look, where do I start? You're an official ambassador of Greek gastronomy here in the UAE. You have just been awarded your golden visa. You do NFTs. You do glow in the dark menu. There's loads to get to. But I want to start with you. Your childhood in Greece. You're from Kalavita, I believe, which is 100 miles, 120 miles from Athens. Is that where you come from?
Yes, correct. For a
Okay.
small village in the mountains.
Okay.
I grew
and-
up there
Yeah, yeah.
and I moved back to Athens
Right.
then to study and everything.
Okay.
But you have done very nice research, I can see.
I just
For
read
me.
the notes that they gave me, honestly. But what I really like about this, I have a whole kind of thing about Greece. I love Greece. I said to you off air, I've spent quite a lot of time there over the years. I had my honeymoon in Greece. I worked, kind of lived on Mykonos for a little while, a long, long time ago, before the change. But there's something about it. Somebody cracked a joke to me years ago, and I still think it's funny because I'm a sad man. You've seen the movie Grease. And there's the line in the song, Greece is the word, and it was always Greece, as in the country, is the word. Now, for some reason, I find that very funny, but it means a lot to me because I've had a great time there. So you grew up surrounded by farms in Kalavita before you moved back to Athens, I guess. How do you look back at that? Because it's that experience of sourcing those sort of real quality, organic ingredients, you know, the really fresh, kind of Mediterranean staples, if you like. How did that shape your philosophy as a chef? What was like that as a grounding, as a background for you?
This is actually where all of my inspiration today is coming from.
Right.
Like, I will never forget, like, my grandmother, you know, like picking up the carrots, picking up the roots, picking up the beetroots, and give me basically to taste it straight away.
Yeah.
Not even cook or anything. I'm from a very small village, you know, like in Greece, in the Peloponnese area, all the way into mountains. We do have a ski center and quite of cold all the seasons of the year, where all the vegetables is being growing as basically a seasonal.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say, you know, like in the summertime, we're gonna have the tomatoes, we're gonna have like basically all the things where it's like a summary. And after this, you know, like in the winter time, autumn to winter, you'll have the apple, the way you'll grab it and have it. My family is the farmers. Basically, this is how I grow up as a farmer. Later on, you know, like my father, he opened a butchery, a small butchery, you know, like in a small city, 15 kilometers far away from the village. And later on, basically, you know, like they opened a small hotel and restaurant under the ski center. This is where all basically, you know, like the inspiration started.
Well, it's interesting, you know, because you're talking about seasonal produce there, and it's kind of a hard concept to grasp in somewhere like Dubai because everything is available all year round. So you want a particular type of apple, it's probably in a supermarket somewhere. You want tomatoes of this variety, they're available, and but you know, from where you were, your cooking kind of reflects that, I think, in a lot of ways. That, you know, what was available, you used to the best of your ability with the ingredients that were available, the condiments that were available. You know, it's a different way of thinking.
Correct, but you know, like even in Dubai, like with all the way of the sustainability, the local farms, and basically, let's say the seasonal vegetables and fruits, you can even start making your menus here in the same way.
Okay.
Yes, you have the available apple everywhere, but like because you have different seasons. Let's say we're getting from Australia, where basically in Australia is the opposite of Europe. Then you can have like, because you are in the center of the world, right? But basically you can pick and source like for different countries. But in the same time, as a chef, I still keep, you know, like basically on my menus a seasonal menu with the vegetables and the fruits as much I can, basically, and like don't really change it. Because let's say we don't have a cherry tomatoes from Spain or from Greece because we import a lot of products from there. Then what I will basically do is like I will use sustainable products from here, from the local market, because I don't like the killing of the fruits on the transportation. It's something where basically Dubai starts a lot now, like the homegrown basically vegetables, fruits and everything, where I really love to use these products more than even, you know, like come from Greece, because I had some chefs, you know, like that was like arguing with me, you know, like how you can say the cherry tomatoes from Spain, they don't have a better flavor and they have a better flavor in UAE. And the answer, it was like, in UAE, you grow with any ways you grow in the middle of the desert or anything, but you're still gonna be growing it, but you don't have the transportation of the fruits to kill all the fruit, because tomato is a fruit, right? People, they know like as a vegetable, but originally it's fruit. As soon as you put in the fridge, but as a Greek, I never put the tomatoes in fridge. Cherry tomatoes and tomatoes.
That's a no-no, huh?
No. then like basically for me, because you want the sugar, you want the flavor, you want basically the growth, like, and the taste, you know, like to be original, right? Then one of the dishes we making and everybody loving it is the Greek salad. And like, how come? Where it's coming from, the cherry tomatoes? I'm like, guys, you don't need to find out, you know, like basically how a good tomato it is, but you need to see from, like, you know, the earth all the way, you know, like how it's coming to your restaurant, and just try, you know, like basically to see out what is the mistakes all the chefs they be doing, all the transportation companies, like to have the actual flavor where they put in the fridge.
Yeah.
Then this is the reason I use the cherry tomatoes from UAE, because the flavor and, you know, like you can say the temperature, it's correct to give a right attitude, you know, like for me, and flavor, you know, like on my dish.
And I mean, Greek salad's a pretty simple thing, isn't it? It's a simple dish. It's a simple everyday. It's well, how many ingredients? 4 ingredients?
It's just 4 to 5 ingredients.
With, you know, decent olive oil, I suppose, there, and it's
You
incredible.
know, in Greece, we cut the tomato, we put rock salt and olive oil, and that's it. Then you
Yeah,
basically cut it straight, you know, like from the earth. No fridge, no cooling down, no anything. Then this is the reason, you know, like the sweetener. It's like the banana, right? Banana is also like a fruit. Then if you take the banana and you put it in the fridge, you will never gonna have the actual flavor. And when I travel to Asia, in many countries in Asia, like for traveling shows and etc., when I go there, what I want to eat is that basically pick from the tree and eat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's that kind of farm to table kind of idea, isn't it? That's the thing. Let me just before we go any further, I have to ask this, but it's there's a lot I want to talk to you about your business and everything else. But let's stick to the food thing at the moment. How do you define? Because you're in a position to do this, classic Greek food. Something I don't know from your childhood. You mentioned your grandmother there, you know, picking vegetables with her. What for you is the classic Greek dish?
It's a traditional way and traditional recipes, and it's all about basically reminds you your home. As a chef, you know, like I will gonna be successful, you know, like only if I go all the way back. And when I sit down and I give to my client, you know, let's say a dish, I want him to remind his family cooking. Doesn't matter how his appearance and the show off, like, because I love, you know, like my dishes to be really redefined, but only in the way of looks.
Okay.
When we go to the taste, I use all of my grandmother's recipes, my mother's recipes, and the recipes for the most traditional people. Let's say, you know, like for how you grilling the steaks, how you basically using charcoal, how you go back to the traditional baklava, right? I still use my grandmother's recipe, and I just try only to switch a little bit, just the heaviness, because we live in Dubai and I love healthy food. I don't really like the heaviness in Greece sometimes.
Okay.
But in the same time, like I believe all the way of success, you know, like as a chef is to take you back and the time to eat, to create memories for mother, grandmother, and home.
So you're basically saying, look, there are lots of things they're just fine tuned. They're slightly finer. But what would be the dish that takes you back to your childhood and your mother and your grandmother and the people around the table? What would be the thing that you think that's Greek food to me? That's what it should be. Is there one?
It's many. I will tell you about one dish where basically in Greece, it's like in all the newspapers, magazines, and TV, and they keep talking about this dish. 11 years ago, when I came to UAE, right, like they don't really know what is Greek cuisine. They don't really understand it this time, except the people who used to travel in Greece, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. It was odd to find a Greek restaurant. It's unusual.
It was like, I think it was only one Greek restaurant. Then when I came in One and Only, I used to work in One and Only Royal Mirage. I came over, like I request, you know, like to the team there, you know, like to start import products from Greece. Because people know what is Greek salad, but they don't know what is trachanas. Where trachanas is like in my village, and they feeding the kids, the family eating every Sunday. Actually, it's the easiest food where it's like a blue wall, similar with a blue wall, right? Was one food where we remind my mom, because it was like every week, 2-3 times, you will have to have that. It was like the the poor pasta, let's say, like in Greece,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Then I create a recipe with a stew lamsang, with a stew lamb, basically.
Okay,
And I add this pasta. Then this is in all of my restaurants now. Basically, you can find this dish. And this is one dish, where basically in Greece they're talking about me and they're like, wow, how basically you serve something like that. Because people, they know baklava, they know Greek salad, but
Sure.
they don't really know this traditional recipe for the grandmother. Then I make it like it, because at some point I didn't like it anymore. It was like very traditional, they just give me every day. Then I make it like it. Then this is what basically is one of the days where basically if you visit my cuisine or taste my cuisine, you will be going all the way back to Greece, to the very, very small villages. And this is what all about is a chef.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's a bit like music in a lot of ways. When you hear a song you haven't heard for years and you're taken back, it transports you to a night in 1978, whatever it was. Maybe not that far back for you, but you know what I mean. It takes you back to that time. And food, I think, often does the same thing. When you get something in a particular flavour, can transport you back in time. And there's a comfortable sort of feeling that goes with that. It's very difficult to put this into words, but you know what I mean.
I do believe all of the chefs, they have to follow exactly the same structure, what I say now. Because as a client, what we basically like we live in Dubai, right? You can access a lot of fine dining food and multi-cuisines for all around the world.
Yep.
But in the same time, let's say I go to the Thai restaurant. When I will have a traditional Thai food, or I go to the Indian restaurant, I have a proper biryani, right? As a chef, I want to take me back to India when I travel India and I have this original flavor. The same is with the Greek food, the same with the French, UK food. Then I believe all the chefs, they have to start thinking food is all about emotional, taste, memories. Then when you succeed that, you will succeed having a regular customers, regular clients that are going to come to your restaurant because they will take them all the way back. It's good to be fancy. I am also a fancy chef in the social media and etc., etc. But when we go to the cooking, I want to flavor these type of recipes, let's say.
Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with it looking good. I mean, it's very much the case now, isn't it? And you say it there, I'm a fancy chef and I understand the social media. Well, that's necessary in your business. You want to generate a buzz and you need to market what you do. Look, Greek cuisine is rich in history. I think probably lots of people think, I really like this, Don Maddis or souvlaki or maybe spanakopita. There are lots of different things that we can, because we've had our holidays in Greece and the memories that you have. You're kind of praised for your ability to give traditional dishes a modern twist, and obviously that's something that you really like to do. But I wanted to ask you one thing, and I have no idea what this is. I haven't been to your restaurant, but what is molten portakalopita?
Oh my God! Yes, I will tell you what.
I was like, because I'm thinking it's a spanakopita, but it's a portable. I don't know how. What is it?
Okay, let me explain you what is the pita. Pita is mean pie in Greece, right?
Yes.
Then
Yeah.
portokalopita is mean an orange pie. Is a dessert, where
Okay.
basically in my village we do making whatever is remaining from the baklava, from the filo pastry.
Yeah.
We're just collecting that together with the butter and everything, and we're just mixing up eggs, orange, basically to understand is the easiest recipe,
Right.
and putting on the tray, cook in the oven, put some syrup and have it. Then this recipe is not something usually it used to be exists all days in Greece, but what it was remaining when you make a lactoburko or baklava, you was collecting, put a little bit flavor, put in the oven. Then now it's a really trend in Greece to have portokalopita, and my area have a lot of oranges and lemons, where portokali mean orange in Greece. Then if you come to my restaurant, you will try basically the flavor of the filo pastry with egg and it's not really eggy, but it's like a syrup, sugar syrup, but the flavor is coming out is from orange.
Okay. Put that to bed. That's good. I needed to know because I'm looking at it thinking I'm not sure about this. Now I am sure about this. In 2019, you're named an official ambassador of Greek gastronomy in the UAE. What does that title mean to you? First of all, personally, how do you feel about that? And how do you strategize elevating the kind of profile of Greek food in this region? Because as you say, a few years ago, Greek restaurant was an unusual thing. You had to really surge. Now, a little bit easier. So, the time is now. Things are going well, I think.
Correct. Basically, 2019, they give me the award, it's like the Greek government in the collaboration, with the biggest chefs there, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And the reason it's happened that is because it's not about ego or something, but I was the only chef in UAE 2017, 2018, and 2015, where basically I import products where it's a very, very specific. Because this time they was using just the products around to create recipes.
Yeah.
But this time we go through, and I had all the sources from all the places I used to work, not on, to import all these products straight from the village, straight from the grandmother, and create these recipes in UAE, where we create different recipes in UAE, and after this, many people have been copied, and now where we reach, today, they have a fantastic Greek chefs in the country, beautiful Greek restaurants, and we have more than 40 to 50 Greek restaurants in UAE, and every single restaurant you will go, you will find Greek recipes.
Yeah. Greek restaurants in shopping malls now, and that was never a thing 2015.
Correct. And this time I had the opportunity to travel in different countries, like Papua New Guinea, Australia, like Singapore, Tokyo. I've been traveled from 2018 to 2020, 21. I used to travel. I still travel, basically, and I want to show the Greek recipes can stand in every single place in the world with the existing ingredients. Then this is how the awards came, but obviously I got for Middle East and United Arab Emirates because I used to stay here and it's my home the last 11 years here.
Mm-hmm.
Then as a Greek, I'm a little bit expert for them, but as a UAE, I'm also expert for them. Then, basically it's 50-50 anymore.
And how has it influenced your, what you do with, you're building a business empire, but how does it influence what you do at work? The fact that you have this award, how do you take the knowledge from the traveling that you're doing and apply that to Greek cuisine, and how does that help?
I think I came in this world, basically, to do that. I do love, to showcasing the world what is mean the real, Greek food.
Okay.
And all of this is helping a lot of my dishes because I combine multi-tap, actually, let me go all the way back. I started traveling because I didn't understand the culture. I didn't understand basically my team members where you used to work for me because there was a lot from Asia and I never traveled to Asia. Then the first time I traveled to Asia is just to understand my team, understand my chefs, understand the team, members, that work next to me. And obviously, as a chef, I love to find out the culture of the people from the food because what you eat, this is how basically you think, this is how you behave, this is who you are basically.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Then when I travel to Asia, I start combine Greek recipes, with Asian recipes, and see how a Greek cuisine can stand all around the world. Because I've been to Papua New Guinea, and I was like, wow, where I will find the Greek products here to create Greek recipes, right? And I do find the local products, and I create the Greek recipes. And after, I was believing, okay, Greek cuisine can stand anywhere in the world. It's all about healthy products, and basically not healthy, but organic, pure products.
Yeah.
Then you can develop. Later on, all this traveling and the Greek recipes, but also I was when I visit Asia, I was eating for grandmothers, not in a 5-star restaurant. I was eating on the street, and all of this combines together, and this is basically how is my recipes today in every single venue we basically operate.
So you have to live it, don't you? You have to
Correct.
live the food experience, I suppose. So you came here 2015, 10 years ago. You work at the one and only for a few years ago. 3 years ago? You were 3
No,
years ago?
2013 I came
Oh, you
here.
were 2013. Okay, so you're there. So you moved to Dubai. You grow your business to the FZIN group of companies. You've got, what, 14 venues, I'm reading here, including the Dish and FZIN Fresh. That's pretty rapid success, I have to say. What was the biggest commercial or even logistical challenge you faced when you launched? Because you're scaling a multi-concept business in a market. Dubai's a pretty competitive place. I mean, it can't have been easy.
It's never easy.
Sure.
It's not raining money, right?
No, no.
It is all about hard work, teamwork, and respect for what you do. But I believe in energy. I believe, or if we wake up every morning and you basically, like being proud, you have one more day to live, you have to live it in 100%. Then I love to work. I can say I'm a little bit alcoholic. Workaholic.
Workaholic? I was going to say,
Workaholic,
maybe
basically.
distinguish between those two, but there you are.
Correct. But
But
also
how many hours do you work a day, on average? You're obviously
12
up
to
early in the morning.
13.
And that's 7 days a week.
this is 7 days per week.
Right,
I
that's
try to
definitely
just skip a
workaholic.
little bit Sunday evening
Okay.
anymore or Sunday lunch, but I'm always on work. Even if I'm not in the venues, I will be always, like on the Zoom calls. We have other companies also. I do operate other companies in Greece, and different, like companies basically of food industry. We do other stuff also. We do have a PR company where it's operating in Greece. It's operating in 12 different countries with my team. Then we do have clothing company coming soon.
But I'm just trying to follow the logic here. You're a chef. You have a PR company. Okay, so your PR company makes sure that you're saying the right things. I suppose clothing's perfectly logical. You're wearing the right things. Who am I to say? Fair.
I will tell you what is basically how all this started. 6 years ago, when I started the Everything Group, how it started is basically I left a restaurant where I used to work, and before COVID, COVID was 5 years ago, 4.5 something.
Yep.
Then I was the success story after COVID, you can say. How? I left the restaurant. I was I'm enough. People, they give me budgeting. People, they give me all the day the office. They want me all the day basically just sit down and go through numbers and etc. etc. Well, today I do the same, pretty much. But
I was going to say, what gives there?
correct. But this time I say, I left a Greek restaurant, from the point where we start this time. Then I go forward and I say, okay, I start the private dining. I will start a private dining experience in the villa, in the yacht, in the private jets, anywhere basically in the location of the client. Right. Then I got a chef, one chef plus myself. Then we start working on that. 6 months later, before COVID, you can say hit, I had 9 private chefs under me in 6 months' time because I had a very good connection, in the country for people. They was coming from aboard in the villas, in the yachts, and the COVID came. Then everything goes to private. This time, all the chefs, you can say, and a lot of people from the industry, they used to know me. They was come on, what does it mean private chef in a yacht? You're a 5-star chef from the hotels, and you go and you cook in a yacht. And I was guys, we create experience, and this is what is making me happy. To create experience.
This is what's so important about a real restaurant, isn't it? A really successful restaurant. It's not just, food is fuel. You eat something, you feel better, you get a bit of energy, but it's not that. It's the experience, which is the key.
Correct.
Yeah.
Basically, you can say many chefs, they're cooking very well. I'm not one of the best chefs in the world, but what I want for my business is the people that will come over to have experience, to feel comfortable, to feel like home, to feel, all the work behind the scenes, you can say, from the chef to the waiter, from the attitude, the table, the chairs, the elevation. I mean, it's all about feel basically comfortable. Then I believe This time we start making people feel comfortable. COVID came, hit it hard in UAE. Many restaurants closed, and I was hiring and hiring and hiring all of the chefs. And was doing private dining. We was doing like 5 to 7 events per day, 10 events per day, where it was all about 10 clients. Pretty much we were charging like very expensive because the products we was using, it was all about 5-star. I was using the Wagyu, the cherry tomatoes, import from Greece, import from Spain. And in 1 year, we was like a team of 40 people, and we was killing the market. And after this, now I'm very happy because also at the moment, the private dining experience, the private chefs in the country, it's crazy, right? This time they was laughing with me, but today, basically, people, like I believe I give a little bit on the map of Dubai what is all about the private dining experience. They sit at home and have like a private chef, create 5-star experience and all of these kind of things. Then after this, the restaurants came, Expo came, and today we are where we are with a team around 200 people full-time, almost, 95 chefs under my company, and I believe the team is where, the support of my team is where they brought me today here, and all the repeating clients and the people who has believed on me.
That's a huge number of chefs. I had no idea it was that big. I mean, you really are very much kind of the modern chef, you know, the social media. You were, I think, the world's first NFT chef, which is, there's a thing. Glow-in-the-dark menus is another thing that kind of jumps off the page when people read about you. But why do you think it's important to blend tech and art and spectacle with what you create from a culinary perspective? How much does that drive the business forward, that kind of innovation? And how much does that engage customers? I mean, it clearly works for you, I think.
Even my recipes is going all the way back to the roots. We live in 2025.
Yeah.
And in UAE, sustainability, AI, and innovation, it's something where basically we need to do. Like, is the time, you know, like basically all the young generation to use, we use the social media, we use the NFTs, we use all of these type of things, not because just we want to succeed for the market, but we're doing because it's a challenge every day to me, how I will make for a private dining experience for one client, and we have only customized menus. Then it was a customized menu this night for, can I say, for Sephora. They were basically, we go ahead, we capture the picture,
Yep.
and we go all the way to NFTs. Then all around the world, they was talking about NFTs, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what do we have created today, right? Like, you know, it was, for us, we love basically to create. We love all the new inspiration, all the innovation, the AI. I believe the world is going to AI, but still, the recipes has to do the traditional, has to remind me a story for my grandmother, but the way we'll present it is going to be something different.
So what's at the heart of it is still kind of the soul of the thing. Everything else that's around it, that's you know, there's a benefit to all of that, and there's a reason for all of that. But the heart of it for you is that it has to taste good.
Correct. It has to day like and create me memories.
Right.
If the food creates the memories, and if any company we operate with my team, I tell them one thing: the client have to have a memory. The time you will visit the restaurant, he will buy something, he will feel something. He has to have the memory of the experience and the memory of to being comfortable, how it was at his home. Then when he feel that, right, everything else is basically can be acceptable. The mistake of the waiters, the mistake of the dish. You know, we operate like 14 different locations. You will have problems, like for sure.
Yeah.
Clients, etc., etc. But if I make you to feel comfortable, because sometimes humans have a bad days. Sometimes my clients is not always right, sorry. But my team, they are not right when they don't make them feel they are right. Or when they don't asking them what is all about this day. Because sometimes we have a bad day. I have a bad day, you have a bad day. Everybody have a bad day. Very stressful. Dubai is very competitive market.
Yep.
Then if I make you feel comfortable, you will be my client. I love who is the client. They always having a comment about anything because these I can take the comments. My team has to take the comments. This is what I tell them every day. And basically, you have to go all the way back and restructure policies, see why he complains, and this is what's going to make you a better. Even as a CEO, even as a chef, even as a waiter, even as anything. Comments sometimes is waste, but most of the time is not waste. You have to rethink it as per your clients, what they need.
It's a good way to look at criticism, I think, because one of the things in your industry is, there are days when, chef has a bad day and the meal isn't up to scratch, people notice. I mean, it's very easy to criticize, isn't it? But you have to take that on the chin. But if you take the view, if your attitude is, all right, why was that bad? Let's look at that and let's make it better. You're going to succeed, aren't you?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonably straightforward. Look, we've been talking about ages. We've got time, don't worry. Let's just go over time. Wellness and healthy eating, this is a big deal now. These are trends. Talk to me about the vision behind FCN Fresh. How is it different from what you do in fine dining? And how do you balance that kind of authenticity, the Greek ingredients, with being, health focused or, the shop, the restaurant format? How does that work? Because it's a balance, isn't it?
Everything Fresh, you can say, is like mostly Mediterranean recipes.
Okay.
Greece is obviously Mediterranean, is a Mediterranean part. Then we do a lot of Spanish, Italian, Greek recipes, but in Everything Fresh, we focus in the very healthy ingredients with less cooking techniques.
Okay.
And we in-source all of the products very, very carefully because we don't want sugar is not good for the health, but the natural sugar is very good for the health. Then in Everything Fresh, we use a natural sugar. We use honey. We use not really stevia and etc., but we're going to use the honey. We're going to use the bananas. We'll use the vegetable. We'll use the fructose. And we will create way healthier lifestyle through Everything Fresh. This is not meaning people all around the world, they believe healthy is mean no taste. But healthy has nothing to do with the taste.
I've often thought that. I always think, no, give me full fat.
Full fat of beautiful beef Wagyu, where I have it in my restaurant. Everything Fresh have Wagyu beef. And they're like, what? This is 5,000 calories. I say, let me tell you, this is a very good fat. Has nothing to do with the fry and etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
Human beings need everything. And the bodies required everything. In Everything Fresh, we work very hardly for every single recipe that's going to go in the menu because we have a different perspective of how the people think is healthy. What does that mean? We believe on the cold pressed juice, but I do not believe, basically of buying the juice from the supermarket. I believe you wake up in the morning and you cold press the juice and you have it and you are full of vitamins and everything. That we don't really sell ready-made products. Let's say we don't use chemicals, let's say, these days, but we go through the food to create anything what body needs.
Okay.
And it works. The cold pressed juices in the morning with the ginger and the lemon, every morning I see crazy difference on my own skin, where basically I was not even believing things like that can work. But when you start consume and using and your energy level is increased, and because we have to go to the gym, we have to train, we have to eat well. This is how we think. This is how we basically living. The life is here to live, and you have to find time for what you eat. You have to find time to go to the gym, and you have to find time to love even the food, even the family, even anything you want around.
There's a whole philosophy around everything you do, isn't there? You have a very specific kind of, this is all about living and living well.
Correct.
You've just been given a 10-year golden visa. It kind of recognises your contributions, what you've done for the hospitality industry. And I know that you're a big fan of Dubai, and off air you mentioned this, but you feel very strongly that the way the business environment has supported you here, that's been really important to your success here in the UAE. And I know you feel that Dubai has really kind of nurtured you. What is this kind of long-term commitment? Because you're being encouraged to do things here, encouraged to contribute, encouraged to stay in the country. What does that mean for what you may do in the future? How you might expand your business? Do you think? What can you tell me?
I can tell you Dubai is my home.
Right.
And why I basically believe Dubai is my home is because the innovation, the AI, the sustainability, and the way how this country has been grown for 11 years I'm here. Like if I go all the way back 11 years before, I was completely different person. And if I go back how it was Dubai 11 years ago, it was completely different. Yeah. How it is today. Yeah. Then the inspiration and the vision of the country, it's make me feel like to go through all of my business here, because I can see a competition and difference. Like you go back to Greece and things is very different. Like I can say, like I learned in Dubai. I came 23 years old as a chef here. They give me the opportunity, like to operate 4 restaurants in one of the best hotels and resorts in the world, right? They believe on me, where in our own countries maybe it can take 40 years to believe someone on you, right? I work hard, obviously, like it's nothing like, but hard work here pays off. And in Europe is happening, and all around the world is happening, but the way of the country here is being growing, and it's been changing, and it's been basically, how you say, like, inspire you every day to do something else. And the challenge is like crazy here in the market. Like, I mean, it's really challenging, like every single day you need to update your restaurant. Like you need to see something, you need to see something new, you need to train your team.
It's something fast. It's a fast pace.
But I love that.
Yeah. No, I mean, clearly you thrive on it. Let me ask you a little bit about leadership, because I don't know the way it works here. Most radio stations, it will work that there's the producer. You've met Michael, who produces this show, and what Michael will do is book people, talk to people, tells me what to do, shouts at me when I'm late, that kind of thing, but also writes lots of notes. And this is a very particular question that I think he's put in. I think he's looking for a career change, but I'm not sure. But I think it's an interesting question. Running 14 venues requires a massive team effort. How would you describe your leadership style in the kitchen and the boardroom? And what is the single most important quality you look for when hiring a head chef or manager for one of your concepts? I think Michael, as a food lover, is looking to become a head chef. But anyway, the question remains, what do you like as a leader, and what do you look for in the people that you work with?
I like as a leader the honesty. I like people to be honest, right. Even they do mistake, even they don't do mistake. I like them to just be basically not apologize to me, but take the full responsibility basically for the positive and the negative.
Okay. You need to give them the autonomy to do that. You need to, you need to nurture that, allow people that kind of responsibility, don't you?
Correct. We give a lot of responsibilities to our team, and we allow them basically to do a lot of mistakes, because this is how you grow. And I'm always, behind them, to support them in every single thing they require every day, from the PR team, from the chef, from the assistant, from the cleaner. Then I give them the responsibility, but in the same time, I'm always there for them. Then I believe they're being inspired from me the same way how I've been inspired from my previous chef, and the same way how I basically grow every single day. Like, let's say, my knowledge, in the same way I try to give knowledge every single day to my team. Like, from the new recipes, new things to stay longer with me is because they're learning and they feel the love and the passion behind all this.
Look ahead 5 or 10 years, if you can. I'm sure you're projecting forward and thinking about the next thing that you're going to do. What's the goal? What's the legacy that you aim to build? Are you looking to expand outside of the UAE? Would you look at maybe, okay, I'm going to go back and do this in Greece from here, for example, or move around the GCC? What's on the radar for you?
From the business side,
Yeah.
obviously, like the expansion, like we're looking for, it's mostly in Middle East at the moment. We do like have like a little bit business outside, like for FZIN and a little bit, like basically for the PR companies. But we do look, like all the way around in UAE, like to create more stable restaurants, more new concepts where basically we're going to bring more sustainability, even more and more, right? And we believe, like we can like support a lot the people, like for well-being. I mean, the way they think, the way like they basically live every single day. Then, but as a person, I am sure, like I'm looking for the next 5 years from now to just being traveling the world, cook, stay like couple of days, like with the grandmothers in another different part of the world, like taste the ingredients, feel the nature, but in the same time, like support like a lot, like basically my skills as a human, come back to the roots, like feel all this, and after bring all this to my dishes, to the food and to the industry, and that's it.
Okay. Well, no, I like that. Look, there's a couple of questions coming in for you, actually. So let me just put these two. If you want to get in touch with the show, it's very easy. WhatsApp.mira.fm. Type that into your browser if you have WhatsApp on your laptop or desktop or whatever, and it should come up. This is Arlene. What's the biggest mistake you see, chef, people making when they try to cook Greek food outside of Greece? Is there a simple cultural or cooking mindset or tip you could offer? What's the biggest mistake you see people making when they try to cook Greek food? What do you think? That's not Greek. Don't do that.
No, it's not about is Greek or is not Greek.
Okay.
But if you don't understand the culture for any cuisine in the world, you can't cook this cuisine.
Okay.
I can cook an amazing sushi, but like, let's say, amazing like Japanese food, right?
Right.
I can make an amazing teriyaki sauce, whatever, like many, many different things. If I don't visit Tokyo, I don't stay with the locals, I don't feel the culture, I can't cook this food. Then one of the biggest mistake basically is you have to go through as a chef, any of the chefs, any of the team members, to understand the culture and after deliver the culture of the plate.
Which is why traveling is so important to you, I guess.
Very important.
Yeah, okay.
And I do believe the most of the people, and they have to travel the world. The chefs, they need to travel, they need to taste, they need to feel the flavor, and after they need to create their own dishes.
Okay, there you go. Arlene, go and visit wherever it is. Go to Greece. Have a summer holiday. Get to Athens. Go to see the Parthenon. Chef, I've been following you on social media. I am a big fan. What does it take for you to hire me in your kitchen? I'm going to write it on my CV. I'm sure that's Michael outside, and if it's not, that's reasonable. But, I mean, if somebody was to write to you and say, look, I really like what you do, I guess you'd be open to meeting somebody if they're looking for work, wouldn't you?
Of course.
You never know.
We basically tried, like, I mean, we have like a big payroll, but in the same time, we looking to find people who's basically real, honest, and they have love for what they do. We never look at chefs or anybody basically, like who has a crazy experience or something like this, but we look at the people who has basically the right attitude to join my team.
Yeah, okay.
Because we will teach you what we need. we have our own culture in our group. Then we will teach you what we need, but in the same time, you have to be open without egos to do understand. You have to deliver what basically we're looking for. Something we're doing right for the last 6 years, grow where we grow. Then anyone who is joining my team, he need to understand basically, it's obviously like a debate conversation for a couple of things, but in the same time, culture, texture, flavors, nationalities, and all these kind of things, like for us, it doesn't matter. But it's matter basically, like if you're really open to work with all the teamwork, and success basically together with the rest.
Because being a chef, I think, is very much about, I mean, first of all, not being afraid of hard work, because the hours are long. The eyes just floated up in your head there. I can see it. They are. You have to work, really put the effort in. But there's a real mentality that goes with that. I think you have to be very resilient to be able to do it, to take the criticism, to stay on, just to be on your feet for as long as you are in a day.
I am more flexible now anymore with my team. All days I used to be like way different for how we are today. I also learned for very old style chefs where basically this time you can't talk. And I used to be a little bit like that, but now with my team, I'm like, prove me it's something better, and I will drop my ego and I will go ahead and I will just put it on the menu even with your name.
Okay.
Because in our teams, we don't have any more basically all these egos. Because I do have like many restaurants, many menus. We do like more than 5,000 to 7,000 recipes in all of the venues around. Then I can't create all this, like, for the basic, only the pastry and the healthy is like more than 1,000 recipes, like from the cold pressed juice, this and this and that. Like I can't create everything by myself, right? I need a team. And that's when my team, like basically respect my group and respect me. This is where everything and all the success is coming in the recipes, because they understand my culture. And many of my team, they visit in Greece all the time. I do have many of my teams, we operate in Mykonos every summer, right? And the team is working in Mykonos for me is like the team who is working in Dubai. And like it's a lot of Asians, like different Europeans, different people. But I want my team also to understand what is Greece before develop this Greek dish, right? And all my leaders, they have to visit Greece. They have to visit, let's say, different parts of the world. And I'm traveling a lot. I do different stuff. My team is joining me in the travels many times. Because
It's so important to go somewhere. I mean, I would recommend anybody goes to Greece. That's just a personal opinion. But it's very important to you that's clear that if you're gonna cook somebody something from a particular place, if you've not visited there, it's almost like you don't have the right to do it. It's going in that direction. You need to visit somewhere and taste, I don't know, vine leaves, dolmades in Greece to really understand it.
I mean, you
the way
can't.
It should be.
It's look like like basically being a doctor, but you never being in like let's say surgeon, but you never being in like surgery room. Like it's possible.
Yeah. Okay. No,
Like
I'm
you
kind of
can't,
with you.
right? I mean, the chefs like in these days they believe. See, I think the social media have been basically changed a little bit the industry of food, and everything looks fantastic. Everybody concentrating in the social media, but they don't know the base. When they build the Burj Khalifa, they first start with the base. They don't go to the roof, like all the way down. They go from down all the way up, correct? Then as a chef, if you don't know the basic standard culture, inspiration and recipes for a classic cuisine for Greece, for Japanese, for Indian or anything, how you can create fine dining dishes? How you will do that?
It's so true. We've all had, nights in restaurants where you really look forward to the dish.
You go
and
to the
it's
English
come
restaurant,
over
right?
and you think,
You're English.
English restaurants. What are they?
But I will answer you the question.
Sure.
Did the people these days, like you're going to the English pub, did they know what is mean Sunday roasted?
Good.
Roast potatoes,
It's like
a
anything.
meat. When you go to UK, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
sit down to the grandmother is cooking for you. It's like fantastic, the food. Then you go here and everybody like, oh, what do you do? I do English cuisine. I'm like, did you know anything about that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And I think that's a very fair point. It's the thing that, English food is much maligned for a good reason as well. But, a really good Sunday roast dinner or a really good fish and chips, very simple stuff. But when it's really good, it's really good. And I think that applies wherever you go in the world.
But it's simple for who?
That's the thing. Well, ostensibly it's simple because it's
You know,
not fine dining.
correct. This
It's,
is the reason basically I'm not hiring a chef, who is coming to me and they believing in they will create the most fine dining dishes. I do have a chefs where they come to me and they say, okay, do you know to cook, let's say if you're a Greek nationality, do you know to cook lentil soup? And they're like, what? I'm like, listen, you're not going to create my dishes. I will teach you my dishes, but do you know the base? An Indian chef, do you know to make biryani? He's like, no, I'm like out, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But then, in this part of the world particularly, a good lentil soup is very hard to beat.
You need to know the base of the cuisine.
You do. I was thinking last night, just making a few kind of mental notes and writing some points down, thinking, right, talking to Chef Speckles tomorrow, what do I want to ask him? And then I thought, the final question is, I'm going to plead with you. I'm kind of begging, but, nicely. Could you please introduce, and I don't know if you're going to be doing lines of, food that may go into supermarkets, but real Greek yogurt. You know the yogurt that you don't spoon it, you have to slice it with a knife and add the honey and maybe pistachio. And I was thinking, and I thought, hold on a minute, I've got an idea for you. So let me put this to you. How about Dubai yogurt? We've had Dubai chocolate. We've got Abu Dhabi chocolate. How about Dubai yogurt? Like a Greek yogurt? You're not very inspired by my idea, are you? I don't think it's going to work. You're thinking about it,
I
but
will tell you,
you're going to adapt it straight away, aren't you?
I will tell you about this idea, basically. We thought a lot of times, to create, things like that here, but the milk in source, for the real Greek yogurt, it's from the sheep and the goat.
Okay, doesn't work.
But basically here, we don't really have, we didn't reach the level, to have growing, farms with the sheep and all this. We do have the yogurt, it's coming from, we have it to buy, they have the yogurt from different brands here, where you go to eat and it's not really coming out correctly because the fat of the milk of the cow is way less of the sheep and the goat. This is the reason you don't have this basically here.
I know.
Then
It looks
maybe
like a
it's something in the future.
Well, I was thinking, it's actually a slightly more serious question than I intended it, because, there is an opportunity here, is there not, for somebody like you doing the things that you do to get into, food production, specific kind of foods, I guess, not just importing, olive oil or olives or whatever it is, but there's, the creative aspect, I suppose. Is that interesting to you?
It is very interesting to me. And basically, I'm from an area where we have the best feta in Greece. And the biggest manufacturer of feta in Greece basically is in my village, where they do still with a traditional way and they export all around the world. And my area is 80% of farmers, but basically we grow up like this. I grow up like this. I know how you make yogurt. I still smell basically the room, in my room where it was heat and you have to just take the milk and cover it up with extra blankets and all these kind of things. And my mother, she would take from there and she would strain, And I'm like, oh my God, I still have, the memory of the smell, in a room. Because this time, we didn't have a factory or whatever. Then we have to do at home. But a good Greek yogurt from the cow can be done. And maybe I'm thinking about that now. Because we do have two different ways, right? The cow, yogurt also can be very good. Because now you remind me also a memory where it was really, really good, then you're mixing and et cetera, et cetera. But I think I was going to think about that. We have some nice...
Well, do you know what? You can have that idea for free. So there you are. That's another bonus for being at Mira Business FM this morning. Look, we could
You
talk
see example, something
hours.
amazing, you part of this country and this community, right? Then you, even with what you say now, even the listeners, they can use the idea and they can basically go through, to inspire what you say. Then if you go to Greece, and you talk with someone or you go all around the world, he will not go through, to give the ideas like this. because the people use ego for, in this country, I think all of us, we are part of ego of success of the country and growth.
That's actually a nice way to put it, because I think there is a great deal of truth in that. But there is, and it's a nice place to end as well. Let's face it, Chef Speckles, chef, restaurateur, culinary ambassador, CEO, entrepreneur. There are a million other things. But you know what? I've really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much, and I hope all the success, because I know you just started here, then
We have.
I hope all the success and any support, we'll be more than happy to support you.
It's been great to talk to you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Start your business day right. Morning Drive with Tim Elliott on Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. It's data privacy now. If you're running a business in the United Arab Emirates, from maybe a tech startup at DIFC, maybe a retail giant in Abu Dhabi, who knows? Your most valuable asset isn't the office, the inventory, it is your data. It's the new oil, of course, but in 2025, that asset has become potentially a huge legal liability if you aren't playing by the rules. Now, fines can reach up to 5 million dirhams, and new private rights of action allow individuals to sue for privacy breaches, and the grace period is officially over. So, let's talk to the expert. Raymond Kaswani is a partner at Davidson & Co. He heads up the international trade, digital assets and startups practices, and is the man businesses call when they need to bridge the gap between innovation and regulation. And here he is to help us navigate what is a data minefield. There's another introduction for you, Raymond. Good to see you.
Very good morning. Always a pleasure.
Always good to have you here. So I said there, data's the new oil. I got told that years ago. I was at a training event, and the guy was talking about data and the importance of it, and I was struck by that phrase. Thought it was a new thing. It's been around for a while. It's a phrase that's bandied about. So what I did with this is I typed how important is data into a browser yesterday. Okay, so doing some research ahead of chatting to you today. Crucial asset in today's digital world. It drives decision making, enhances efficiency, and fuels innovation. That's kind of the crux of what data is. But it's a whole lot more than just a 4-letter word, isn't it?
It is so crucially important. It's a bit like last week when we were talking about consumer protection. I mean, this is another one that literally affects every single human being, because we all have data in one form or another, be it our mobile number, our email, our credit card information, all of these things. You know, I was actually on the drive this morning. My daughter, my 9-year-old, was asking me what I was going to be talking about today. I said data protection law. She said, "What does that mean?" So I was trying to explain to her what. So I was actually really good practice, because trying really to explain to
I'm
a
like
9-year-old.
How did you get that across to her?
So I was beginning to first explain what data is, and I was basically saying, you know, anytime that we are going online is the very basic thing. So if I'm buying something off of Amazon, they have my email address, they have the password that I've entered in to be able to log into Amazon. They've got my credit card information, they have my address, they have my phone number. All of that is my data. It belongs to me, but I'm having to share it to be able to do all these things. Even if I go into a supermarket, unless you're paying with cash, they have your credit card information. They have some sort of if you have for example, like a Costa voucher card, they have that information. So all of that is data, and you can see how vital it is, because everybody's trying to contact you. Everybody's trying to drive information to you that is almost very specific, using that data. And so she said, "Oh, well, that means that anybody can do whatever they want with it." And I said, "Exactly." And that's what data protection law is trying to stop. We want businesses to thrive. We want businesses to be able to deliver something to you within a few hours from Talabat. Sure. We want that convenience that we didn't have just a few years ago. But at the same time, we want to be able to protect it. That I know if I'm buying a cup of coffee, I'm not going to have my personal information being used for something that I didn't intend to be. And that's really what data protection is all about. It affects all of us, whether we're the consumer or we are the business. And especially for businesses, getting it right is so crucial.
I mean, understanding the value of your data is so crucial, and that's such a good way to encapsulate it, I think, the kind of 9-year-old approach, because it's something that I think lots of people don't really understand, don't really take as seriously. It's very easy to sign up to, you know, a new email account or a new account online, and you are sharing data, and, you know, we kind of forget that. The thing about it is as well, volumes of data are going to continue to grow. The importance, the value is only going to increase. So data literacy is really important for not just for us, but it's also important for organizations. So there is a balance there. So that's kind of the context for this, the importance of the increased need for enforcement, the increased need for regulation, for due diligence, for care, for attention being paid, I suppose, to business intelligence, really.
Exactly, exactly. We really entered where the kind of the grace period and businesses sort of having the ignorance of not knowing where things are. That time is really over, and we are really very much into enforcement. And I think people, consumers, are expecting that. We are expecting that just because I've signed up to a newsletter that I'm not going to have my email being bombarded out. If I unsubscribe from something, that is that I'm no longer going to be receiving this. I don't want my phone number being used for any other purpose other than what I've signed up for.
Yeah.
So we are entering that, and it's important for the consumer to understand that how valuable your data is. I think it was a number of years ago, if we remember, from Facebook during the Cambridge Analytica scandal.
Yeah.
And somebody I remember put it really well that Facebook is not in the social media business; they are in the data business. Who owns your data? Who controls your data? Who has knowledge of your data? Really controls quite a lot, because if I know all of this data about you, then I can drive targeted ads towards you. I can play. I mean, how many times has this occurred where you might be having a conversation about something, or you started Googling something, and all of a sudden those ads just start magically popping up on Instagram or Facebook or etc. So that's all about our data and understanding what we are giving in return for convenience, but also how we are protected.
It's a really good point. A few years ago, I keep bringing this up as the example. I bought a turntable, and then for about 3 or 4 years, all I got was ads for the same turntable. And I did think it's kind of scary, but it's also kind of comforting to know that I've already bought it. It's a bit useless trying to sell me another one, unless it's got inbuilt obsolescence. But that's a different story. So look, the grace period, there's kind of a reality check thing going on at the moment. For the past couple of years, really, we've been hearing about, maybe talking about, the UAE data protection law, which is number 45. That's the framework. So we're coming to the end of 2025. The wait and see period is kind of over, really, isn't it?
It's not kind of. It is unequivocally.
It's done.
The grace period is over. I mean, for the past sort of 2 to 3-ish years, many UAE businesses have treated the data protection law like a future problem, like a wait and see. The attitude was sort of, let's see how aggressive regulators can get. That approach worked temporarily because regulators were really focused in the past sort of 2 to 3 years on education, capacity building, sort of issuing guidance. But in this past year, certainly, I think 3 things happened almost simultaneously. The first thing is that the UAE Data Office became officially operational. It's no longer advisory. The big change, and you alluded to it in the opening, is the DIFC introducing a private right of action. Which has completely changed the risk profile that businesses face. And third is that enforcement has really tightened up. The UAE is very integrated into global data ecosystems, and enforcement is there. So today, on the cusp of 2026 quickly approaching, the question is no longer will someone enforce this law? The question is, who enforces it first? Is it going to be the regulator, your customer, or a commercial counterpart? So from a legal advisory standpoint, we're telling our clients very clearly and very directly that non-compliance is no longer just a theoretical risk. This is very much a live operational exposure that you face. And importantly, regulators now have the expectation that businesses have had enough time, enough education to comply. So ignorance is ignorance is never a good
It's never an excuse, is it?
a good excuse, but it
Yeah.
is certainly not even a mitigating factor anymore.
Right. Okay. And the other side of this is there are some punitive financial issues as well. Potentially, there's all this talk of the $5 million handshake for data breaches, which would be obviously a top tier fine. But talk to me about the specific actions that could actually trigger a fine, and also trigger a fine of that level.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, obviously, all of the news and press releases are sort of talking about the 5 million
They are,
dirham thing,
yeah.
just because obviously it's a very catchy number, shall we say?
It is.
That figure tends to sound more abstract until you understand what actually triggers it. This is, just to be clear, this fine is not for just kind of minor paperwork errors. These are reserved for structural failures that a business commits. So in real practice, the three main categories that would trigger that kind of top tier penalty is, I'd say number one is processing data without a lawful basis. That would include collecting data without proper consent, using that data for purposes that were never disclosed, or repurposing the data.
Right.
For example, if you feed it into an AI system, you sell off that data, all of that without having updated privacy notices or obtained fresh consent from your customer. The second way is a serious security failure. If the breach occurs and the regulator finds that the company had inadequate security controls or outdated systems, or the incident response plan was not there or not adequate, that escalates the fines very quickly. The fine is not for the breach itself; it's about the negligence that led to the breach, shall we say?
Right.
And the third one would be is ignoring data subject rights. What we mean by that is that would be a failure to respond to an access request or a deletion request or objections, especially when it becomes a systematic failure. That would be viewed as sort of a willful a willful non-compliance.
Okay.
So that's things like I've tried to unsubscribe 1,000 times and I'm still getting the information. And it's happening not just to me, to everybody else. It's not just one minor glitch.
Right.
So I think it's important for us to understand the way that regulation and regulators are thinking is that fines are not just punitive for the action. They also serve as a signaling mechanism to the market. When a regulator imposes a really high fine like that, they're really sending a message to the market and to customers generally, is that this behavior is unacceptable, and we expect not just your company to take notice of it, but we are expecting everybody to pay attention to it. And it's trying to reinforce market composure that we are on top of it. So that's why we kind of call it the 5 million dirham handshake. It's the moment when a company realizes that data protection is no longer kind of an optional, we'll see how it goes. That compliance is really a board level conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's as much as it's a great headline, the $5 million dirham handshake, but it makes the point, doesn't it? It reinforces the point. We're a little bit short on time today, but I've got a couple of questions that I really want to ask you. The UAE Data Office, as you said, fully operational now, unequivocally, this is happening. Have we seen the move from just issuing guidance to conducting any active audits, or have any public warnings been issued yet?
Yeah, they're certainly putting out investigations. They are certainly looking at what companies have in terms of their website policies, what their internal notes are. So there is very much an ongoing presence. I mean, one thing the UAE does slightly different than other jurisdictions is that there isn't kind of the naming and shaming that occurs. But it is very much an active, and we are seeing certainly clients getting those requests and spot checks to see where there are gaps in policies and in sort of website terms and conditions, privacy notes, etc. One thing that I would say is actually, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by this, is uh, data protection seems to be more problematic the bigger a company gets, the more international a company gets.
Right.
The
Right.
reason for that is that a lot of times, unfortunately, what happens is, and I really, really despise the word boilerplate, is because you'll have a really successful, for example, UK company. They've got the best privacy policies, they've got the best controls going on that are compliant with UK law,
Right.
or a German company, or wherever it is.
Sure.
And they start operating here, and you're not following UAE data protection law. So just like how you have to follow employment law of the country that you're operating in, same way you have to follow tax law of the country you're operating in, you need to follow data protection law. So, with my mom being in the studio as a doctor, I'll use a medical example, right? If you have an ear infection, you go to an ENT, not a cardiologist,
For sure.
right? So go to a specialist that is there, whether you are a blue chip company or a small mom and pop shop. And oftentimes I see the bigger problems happening with larger international companies than with smaller ones.
It's interesting that because this is kind of application of company principles, and that's fine. And you're doing the right thing, but you're not doing the right thing in your jurisdiction.
Absolutely.
I guess it's something you face, you come across a lot. July 2025. Let's talk about the private right for action. This is when the DIFC introduced private right of action. We've both referred to it. So it means that individuals can now sue companies directly for data mishandling without waiting for the regulator. That's the essence of what is happening and what this does mean. Can you explain how this shifts the risks from administrative to litigation for firms in Dubai, in the UAE?
Yeah, so I mean the big issue here is that this is no longer just a regulatory issue, that the fear is that you're going to have a regulator knocking on your door, asking for information and you facing a fine.
Right.
This is where an individual that is affected by a company's failure to adhere to the data protection law can effectively sue that company. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Is me as an individual, if my data has been has not been used correctly, then I have a right to effectively sue. So this is without exaggeration one of the most significant legal shifts that we've seen in Dubai, probably in the last decade, I would say, because previously data protection was really largely a regulator business conversation. Like I said, you dealt with warnings, you dealt with fines, remediation orders, etc. Now this is a business to individual litigation, similar to a contract breach that you have or anything like that. So what this means is not just customers, but it also includes employees, contractors, platform users, anyone or any person or any entity that is affected by your lack of data protection has a right to bring a claim directly without waiting for a regulator to act. They can just immediately sue. And it really changes everything for a business because it introduces legal costs. It has discovery or disclosure obligations, just like a regular court case. We're talking about DIFC courts, which every single case is public, so that includes reputational risk. And it includes precedent risk because the DIFC courts are English common law based, and so you have precedents. So even if the claim value is modest, the process is going to be expensive, it's going to be distracting, and there's a lot of non-monetary harm that can be done from it. So this is a litigation risk, not a compliance risk. And that's why insurance companies, investors, those that are looking to acquire a company are now doing data diligence in addition to sort of your general kind of corporate due diligence.
Okay. We are out of time, but I've got one very quick question. I wonder if I can just put this to you. There's a lot more we need to talk about here, so I think we're going to have to come back to this as a topic. But if you were sitting in a boardroom today, what's the one question the boss, the CEO, the managing director, whoever it is, should be saying or asking their IT head to find out if they're actually compliant, or if it's just paper compliance, as it were? What would you say?
I think the 5 million dirham question that should be asked.
That's what it is.
Is if I was a CEO, I would say if we had a data breach tonight if we had a data breach at 2 a.m. on a Friday, who does what in the first 24 hours, and how do we know? If the answer is vague, or it's inconsistent, or theoretical, or then you're not ready. Okay. Compliance on paper is absolutely meaningless if you can't actually go through it under pressure. Real compliance is operational. It has to be just like a fire drill, right? It's all well and good knowing where the exit issues are and whatever, but if it hasn't been tested, if it hasn't been rehearsed, if it hasn't been owed, then it's absolutely meaningless. And that's the question that really reveals the checklist that you need to have. Run it just like a fire drill. Run it like any sort of drill that you need, because it's just having something on paper is not going to help you.
So get on it now.
Absolutely. And remember, where regulators and where the right to a private action really comes in, and where that sort of top tier penalties get in, is not for the actual breach itself, is for the negligence that led up to the breach, and that and how that breach could have been mitigated if you had proper systems in place.
Well, it reveals systemic failures, doesn't it? That's the point. So it is a moment of reflection as well. Always enjoy talking to you. Raymond Kaswani is a partner at Davidson & Co. We're going to have to get into some more detail on this. But for now, that's where we are. You head up the International Trade, Digital Assets and Startups practices. And as always, thank you, Raymond. And thank you, Raymond's Ma, as well, who is with us in the studio. Nice to see you.
Pleasure to have you.
Great to have you here. Don't forget, leave us a like, hit subscribe wherever you're joining us from. Get in touch. Let us know what you think. We are all over social media and streaming online. And everything's available to listen or watch again wherever you get your podcasts from. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Mira Business FM, it is the morning drive, and we are looking with David McKenzie this morning, the founder of Mackenzie Jones. He's the CEO too, and he's here, and I'm looking at him, and I've fluffed my lines again. I get excited when you're here, I think, because I don't know how to.
That was a terrible intro.
It was. Here's David McKenzie. I can't do it, really.
You see that? You see the cinema voice. This is David McKenzie. I can't even do it.
You can't do it either, can you? Should we let's just cut and start? You can't do that, can you? Look, you're here. There's two reasons for you being here this morning. Well, actually, there are a plethora of reasons for you being here, David. But we're going to be talking about starting your career and building your career this morning. So kind of two parts. But I have to start with you because you are so chilled, so laid back. You're falling over at the moment because of your week away.
I have been away.
Yeah,
I've been...
you look suntanned, resplendent.
Yes, fat.
All that stuff. No, that's not what I meant.
I did eat a lot. I went to see the Maldives, and it was... I've never been there.
Was it an all-in?
Yeah, but a friend of mine runs in fact, very short story. I got there and the GM came and said, "Oh, you know Steve, who's a mate of mine in Saudi." I went, "Yeah." He said, "I used to work for him. I've upgraded you into this water villa with a pool." And
very nice.
And I was like, "Oh, that's nice."
Did it have the glass?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll show you pictures afterwards.
It
was really, I've got to say, and the bit I've learned from this, and I was never very good at this, I switched everything off. I switched my WhatsApp off, my Instagram off, and my email off. And I told my team in the UAE and Saudi, if you need me, call me. Nobody called me. I came back to the office yesterday. It was all still working fine.
Yeah, the world still revolves.
It does, and I think a lesson for me and a lesson for anybody's like me, don't work yourself to death.
It's interesting you say that because before we came on, we were nattering like a couple of old women, to be honest with you.
Tell them what we were talking about.
I don't mean to be, probably best not to. I don't want to be disparaging towards older ladies because that's not fair. But you basically said, look, I'm replaceable.
I am.
And I realised it.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this and we talked about various things about longevity in a career. And I think I love people who've been in jobs a long time because it shows they've gone through cycles. They've produced something, they've done the downturn, they've pulled it back up, they've been successful, they failed, etc. But I think you must realise in your career as you go on, you are always replaceable. So my mantra for me, and I run Mackenzie Jones, the irony is, Mackenzie Jones, David McKenzie, I actually own it. So
we were asking the other day, who is Jones, or do you just make up Jones?
No, he's a really good guy. He's my old partner from 25 years ago, a guy called Paul Jones in the UK. Brilliant guy, very nice guy. He used to work with me in Monster. We set it up. I came to the Middle East. We sort of fell out because he wanted to stay in the UK and didn't want me to leave because we worked very well together. But when we're apart, his business is tiny now and ours is very big. Not necessarily he's better than me or I'm better than him, but that's why it's called Mackenzie Jones. There were two of us who thought, why not call it Mackenzie Jones? But going back to the point about, I've been in this company for 20 odd years, and at some point I will be replaced by somebody else. Yeah. And you must always be aware of that. So when you're in your job on a day-to-day basis, what have I added value today to make my salary worthwhile? I get paid X amount.
Yep.
Every month I have to justify that in my mind why I'm still employed at Mackenzie Jones.
Well, you're very consistent about that. You say that regularly, and I don't mean that to sound as though we should say something else, but you do, and that's clearly important to you. You follow that.
And I think other people should do. And I think I look at my teams, and my teams are, I say to them, some days you're going to have terrible days. Just tell me when you're having a bad day, and let's just move on. We'll learn from it. But ultimately, every month you've got to say, have I really done a good job to earn my salary? And I think people fail to. Some people come to a career in the Middle East and they go, I've got my job, I'm going to just do my 9 to 5, which is fine. But when you come around for a promotion or a pay increase and you go, I deserve it. Why do you deserve it? Well, I've done my job. Yeah. You get paid to do your job. You get paid a bonus to excel at your job or exceed at your job.
Yeah, that's fair. And there's also an element, isn't there, of if you're aware that you're replaceable, and you're aware that you have to perform to be deserving of the money that you get, because that's the contract, really.
Absolutely.
There's kind of an element of you're going to keep learning, you're going to keep trying, you're going to keep the effort up.
Somebody said that to me.
Push yourself.
How do you keep energized in a company you've worked at for 20 odd years?
That's a good question.
And I say because every day I have to justify my job to myself, which means that I come up with interesting new ways of being better at what I do.
Yeah.
I'm a real, that adage, old dogs, new tricks. I don't believe that's true. I think I've learned more in the last 5 years than I probably did in the previous 10 years. And we pivoted our business 3 years ago from a recruitment business to an RPO business.
I didn't know you'd done that.
Yeah, it's RPO is.
I'm aware that you've changed.
It's sort of, if you look at, I work, Mackenzie Jones is an executive recruitment firm, and RPO is when we place, if you look at some of the government entities, our people are on site and they do all the recruitment for that organisation. So they pay us a monthly amount rather than recruitment fees, and it means there's continuity of revenue, which means that our revenue is consistent, whereas our recruitment revenue goes up and down as the seasons do. We looked at our business about 5-6 years ago and went, how can we smooth out our revenue lines? How can we see where the recruitment world is going? The world is not executive recruitment; it's going more towards RPO or almost insourced work.
Okay.
And we saw that, we did it, and it's been super successful.
So it's
learning,
keeping things alive, keeping learning.
Don't ever think you know everything.
Well, that's probably good advice. Well, maybe the benefit of experience has helped you to realise that.
And also the benefit of humility, because I've been through some pretty tough times.
I can.
As everyone has,
I can sympathise and empathise, I think. So do you know what we did? We decided today, I was reading something online and, looking for a trigger for a topic really today. So, and then somebody said, look, how do you start your career? And it came from a question, should you take a low-paying job as your first role? And then I thought, well, that's a good question. So there's a number of questions I want to ask you about that. But also that's kind of when you're thinking, right, I'm going in this direction, what do you do if you're going to start a career in a particular field? It's not really the field that matters.
No.
And then I thought, how do you build that and keep building it? And part of it is keeping learning.
Yeah.
We put out some questions to people online ahead of you coming in today. I know you've seen this. The first question I have to ask you this is probably the most pertinent question I could ask you today, and it is, how do you stay so young and beautiful? It comes from David Mackenzie, who apparently runs a recruitment firm.
I didn't think you'd read that out.
You don't get off the hook that easily with us.
I should know this by now.
But I did like that, and I thank you for taking part.
That's made me laugh.
By the way, for anybody listening, and particularly for anybody watching, I don't have an answer to that.
Nor do I, really.
Look, first question for you, before we get into the topic per se, and this is quite an interesting question, it's a huge question. Suhashini Varma got in touch, said, how does the job market look for HR human resources in 2026?
Very good question from that lady. The HR, I run HR, and Elena, that's my colleague, so HR's transformed a bit. Nationalisation's become a big thing across Saudi and UAE, as it should do. We've got to nationalise our country. Yeah. I say our country, my home. You know what I mean?
Fair.
And I think we've seen a big shift towards nationalisation of HR because UAE nationals and Saudi nationals are very good at it. What we've seen is some of the expats become more educators rather than people leading HR functions. So what my prediction for the future is HR is going to be, I think the HR, unfortunately, salaries are going down. And I suspect we're going to focus more on specializations rather than generalist HR people. So let me give you an example. Learning development, talent, comp and bends are specialisms. If you've got an HR manager in your company, they typically are a generalist. I think companies, as they start to become more sophisticated in their HR, are going to have people that are specialists in those areas. So I think next year's going to be interesting. I don't think the HR market's going to be particularly buoyant next year. It's been quite quiet for the last half. But I think Saudi is still going to grow, but it's going to be a nationalisation agenda.
Okay. And you're going to still be going backwards and forwards, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, I'm 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off almost. So, that'll still be my future. But honestly, I've been in recruiting HR in 20 years. It will continue to do well. If you're an HR person, you just need to be realistic about your salary. because it's not going up, it's going down.
Well, it's interesting you say that because that's the next question. This is Nasiha says, how can candidates assess their market value before entering salary discussions?
Oh, that's a good question. It depends. If you're using a recruiter, then we sort of do that for you. We give you a sense check on what you're on and what you can expect. But weird enough, a friend of mine messaged me today and left a voice message saying, a friend of mine's just been offered a job. She's on 20. She's been offered 35. And I'm like, that's immediately a red flag to me because nobody's getting 15,000 increase in this market. And I said, tell me the company name. She told me the company name. Now I understand why. It's a company that cannot hire people because their reputation is terrible.
Right.
I can't obviously say the company name, but
you do want to, but you can't.
So want to, but I'll probably be in jail.
I can see.
So I think if you're going into a salary negotiation with a client, the first question you should ask when somebody approaches you about a job, say, tell me about the job. What are you looking for? What type of person? And you should always say, what's it paying? Now, what they typically will say to you is, well, what are you on?
See, that negotiation is really difficult.
It is. Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing because it's fine. If you've got any level of confidence, most people can get through an interview, and most people are able to talk about what they could do. Yeah. And if you're honest and you're straightforward, then you're usually fine, generally speaking. But when it comes to the salary thing, that's the downfall of most of us.
The best way to answer that is somebody says, if you say to them, "What is this role paying?"
Right.
They'll give you a range between 20 and 25. And I always say, well, what's a 25 and what's a 20? Ask them that question. What would you pay a 25 and what would you pay a 20? So where do you see me in that spectrum?
Right.
Ask them questions. Push them.
Okay.
Don't go on, if you go on the back foot and they go, well, what do you want? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions before I answer that? Ask those questions. Because a good HR person will go, smart, the guy's negotiating or lady's negotiating already. I like that.
Okay.
They're judging your personality already.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what you got to remember as well. As much as it's a salary negotiation, you're still judging how a person responds.
Remember, they've approached you.
Yeah, okay.
But if it's a recruiter will help you do that and will guide you. So be realistic. If you're working with a consultant and they go, what are you looking for? Well, I'm on 20. I'd take 25. Great. Don't, when they offer you, say you want 30 then.
Right, okay.
Be honest with the consultant what you want. If you say, I'm on 20 and I want 30, the consultant probably said, you're not going to get that. So realistically, what would you accept? Because this is how we negotiate.
Okay. Don't mention my name. I am an HR assistant. For my first job in Dubai, I'm only being offered 2,500, no accommodation and transportation allowance. Other applicants seem to accept such offers. And this goes to the question that we wanted to ask you, actually. If I accept this, I'm afraid that my value will be this low even for future job offers. So it's that age-old question of just to get your foot in the door, should you accept a low offer?
It depends. How is she judging that? I mean, that sounds a very low offer in my view, but what was she on before? Where was she?
Good point. Male or female, I don't know, but it's my first job in Dubai. This is what I'm being offered. So I don't know how desperate that situation is.
So the situation is, look, I think for me personally, that seems a very low salary. I don't know what the job is, but you've got to remember, you want to come to Dubai, you've got to get into Dubai. Getting into Dubai is quite difficult these days because there's so many applicants. So if somebody's seeing the potential in you, say, okay, I'll accept 2.5, but I'd like some key performance indicators, KPIs, for the next 6 months. And if I hit those, give me 3.5 or whatever your increase is up to. Yeah, see,
I made some notes on this because this is the question that kind of spurred the conversation that we're going to get to in a minute. But I might as well ask you some of these questions now, I think, because in a lot of ways, this applies not just in accepting, a lower offer to get your foot in the door. It just applies across the board, doesn't it? So let me just bring up these questions. I made so many notes ahead of talking to you today. I don't even know why.
I read them. They were actually. I thought, why am I on the show?
Did you think I could have done it by myself?
Pretty sure.
That would have been a great show. Me talking to myself. So the question was, should you accept a low offer for your first job? So I thought, well, look. One of the questions you need to be asking, if you are trying to get your foot in the door, if you're young or you're changing career or you're moving direction, whatever it is, does the job offer growth? Is there a reason is there something that you can gain for it? Yeah. Maybe there's training involved or somebody there that you think that he or she'd be a great mentor or there's potential for advancement.
So either go for the job you're interested in, the opportunity for growth
that it presents.
The salary is probably the third thing. So
maybe.
I have two sons. One works for a very well-known German car company. The other one's a soldier. The one that's in the soldier is on 10 grand less. He's 3 years older.
Yeah.
He's gone for the love of being a soldier.
Yeah.
The little one has gone for love of cars, but he loves his job.
Yeah.
So he would have taken about 10 grand less to get that job at that German car, Porsche. At Porsche, he would have probably taken nothing to get into that company, because the reason is, and this goes back to the point of this lady, it's a company he really wants to work for. Once that's on his CV, he does a couple of years there, he's going to be employable anywhere. So in relative terms, your beginning salary is immaterial to your future growth.
Yeah. So it's that ability to look ahead, to see the opportunities, sort of to grasp the chance.
But make sure the company is not using you and just driving you into the ground for 2.5K. There needs to be proper growth and proper opportunities.
Exactly. Perhaps, additional benefits down the line, or bonuses, reviews, that kind of thing.
A mentor, a guide, who's going to guide me, who's going to train me, who's going to develop me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, all of these things are worth thinking about. Whether you take the job is, it's nothing to do with.
But it's
what
difficult getting into
think.
Dubai. In many ways, I've got an intern, Manuri. And I had an interview with a journalist the other day, and he said, "Oh, you've got an intern, haven't you?" And I was like, "You've got an intern? It's like an animal." No, she's my. I felt like saying she's my intern.
It's not a pet.
Says,
That's more furry pet.
He said, "Do you pay her?" And of course I do. And he says, "Well, most people don't pay interns." I said, "Well, I wouldn't work as an intern for free unless
most people should.
Unless it's a really good company that gives me a goal to go in at." So Manuri came in to build our website, to do our brochures and everything. We pay her X amount per month. It's a good salary. She works really hard. She's flexible. She goes to university and stuff. She's achieved exactly what she leaves in December. She's meant to be here 3 months. She's been here 6 months. I did point that out the other day. But
yeah, you did. I mean,
she's great though.
Maybe you're over-relying on this poor person.
You know what? If anybody knows Manuri, if you are going to hire her, I would hire her 10 times over.
There you go.
She's amazing.
That's a bonus. One more question. Just let me ask you, put a couple more things forward. Should you accept this low offer for a first job? Does the job offer growth? Does it offer advancement? Is there a chance of promotion? All of those things. The other thing I think is really important, and it goes back to you saying earlier, ask questions in the interview process. If it's a lower offer, isn't it a good thing to say, look, why is this open? Is this a new role? Right. Is this turnover of staff? Because there may be red flags.
Why did the last person leave?
Yeah.
Where are they? Oh, they were promoted.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Where were they promoted to? A manager's job. Then you know they do that. If the person left, why did they leave? They've gone to another company. Was there no opportunity internally? No, there is. Is there any opportunities for this role to be promoted?
Yeah.
You've got to remember, an HR manager sitting opposite you or a recruiter sitting opposite you wants to see you ask them questions, put them under a bit of stress. Because it means that if you're doing that to them, it means you're going to work really hard on that job and push the people above you.
Okay. We'll get into starting careers in a moment. So it's kind of a two-part conversation today. And then, of course, building careers. But there's a question in from Sultan online. What's one shift that you think recruiters should be preparing for?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good question.
A shift.
Where'd you start with that?
Yeah, that's a very I suspect that person's a recruiter. I think what's happening these days is that clients are very capable of recruiting themselves. So recruiters have to be, as an agency people, have to be superbly good at what they do. Now that means 3 things. One is they have to know their market, be a specialist, don't be a generalist. So I do HR. I've got somebody who does sales, somebody who does HR, somebody does tech, somebody does finance.
Right.
So be a specialist. Know your market, know the key people. So I always say to my team, when you do your business plan, who are the top 10 HR directors in pharmaceutical? Who are the top 10 in FMCG? Do you know them? Have you met them? You've got to network with them because you then become a specialist in that market. So when somebody's looking, they go, who knows the market? Who can find somebody really quickly, and who can find the people that are not on LinkedIn? That's the recruiters.
Okay.
So we need to justify how much a client will spend with us to ease their time, find the right people. Because you've got to remember, the people in HR people in companies or CFOs, they've got a day job, not to do recruitment. It's a small part of it. It's 100% of my job.
Yeah, recruiting is a. I'm sorry, but it's a job. It's a hard job.
Let me give
it's
you
a risky job as well. If you get it wrong.
What car do you drive? And you know the car I drive. But somebody, and the intonation behind that was, are you wealthy? Are you rich? Because you're a recruiter. And the answer is, every time. So I get 10 jobs in, unless they're retained by a client, a client pays us up front, etc. Out of every 10 jobs we got, 5 will go on hold, yet we will do all the work of finding the candidates, speaking to them, sending them forward, prepping them. The client goes, job specs change. That's 3 months' work down the drain. We don't get paid anything for it. We often have to do that 5 or 6 times. People forget how much work we put into each job and how many jobs don't come to fruition. It's probably about 1 in 5.
Well, it's very easy to do that when you have never done the job.
Yeah,
everyone
goes, you just talk to people. No, you don't. You have to get jobs. You have to find the candidates. You have to engage with the candidates. You have to make the client interested. You have to get the client to negotiate. It's a really interesting job being a recruiter if you do it properly.
Yeah.
Now, I'm saying if you do it properly because there are a lot of recruiters here that don't do the job properly.
Yeah, well, it's very like these, like financial advisors. James is coming in a little while. He's a financial advisor, and he could run through all of the.
But he's been doing it like 20 years, and he knows his stuff.
Sure.
So look at a recruiter. If you're ever going to go to a recruitment, how long's that recruiter been in the job? How long have they been at a company for? If they've done 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, they're moving around. Don't work with them.
Well, ultimately, this whole segment, talking to you, it always comes down, doesn't it, to experience.
But it doesn't have to be. I mean, I'm a seasoned warhorse.
That's a great phrase. I love that. And therein lies the Instagram reel today. That's all we need.
Don't you dare use that. But my point being is if I look at some of my consultants, some of them have got 4 or 5 years experience. But they're seasoned because they work in an industry for 4 or 5 years in my company. Yeah. They know their industry, they know the people, and if you can call them up and they go, and somebody says to Hafsa, who's our sales and marketing person, what's the sales market like in B2B at the moment? She can go, well, actually depends. Are you looking at mechanical engineering, HVAC, or what? She knows all these terminologies, and she can give you an instant picture of what that market's doing. That's what clients pay us for, knowledge and depth of knowledge.
We are talking to David McKenzie, founder and CEO of McKenzie Jones here in Dubai. We're talking about starting a career, building a career. Give us a like, hit subscribe, wherever you join us from. Get in touch, let us know what you think, wherever you get your social media updates, your fix. Remember, all that we do is available to listen or watch again on podcast platforms, wherever you get those from. Next, starting a career, building it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM, and it is human resources and associated matters, jobs, careers, and all that stuff. David McKenzie is here, the founder of McKenzie Jones. He's the CEO too. See how assertive I was there with you?
Not sure I'm a CEO, actually. I think I'm an MD.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm not.
I thought you were a CEO.
No, I tell you why.
What's the difference?
Well, I think a CEO is of a big group. It's a huge company. We're like 45 people. I don't think that's a CEO's job. I think I'm a managing director. I manage directors. I've got 3-4 directors.
That's reasonable. That's me told, I suppose.
No, it's a really good question.
Point.
You see loads of people. I'm CEO of a company. How many people in your company? 2.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is. We had what was the best one we had? We had a chief innovation officer, which is a good one. That's kind of a standard one. Then there was, I'll think of it in a minute.
I'll give you the best job I've ever had. When I was at Monster.com, I had a hat. It said Chief Monster on it.
Oh, that's very cool.
It was
That's
super
better than
cool.
calling you Head Honcho or Big Cheese.
El Jefe.
El Jefe,
Or
which is my
Warhorse.
normal one. Yeah, that will become the Instagram reel. David describing himself as a seasoned warhorse. Brilliant. So let's talk about starting careers. We talked a lot about interns and whether you should take, start off in a company at a lower pay, a lower grade, if you like. And that was really the start of this conversation. But for anybody thinking of starting a career, or maybe a complete career change of direction, I guess that kind of applies as well, because this is about starting and building.
Yeah.
Where do you start? You know, you've made the decision. You're looking at a particular direction or path, for want of a better word. Where do you start?
I think that the bit you've got to look at is what interests you. Do you want to get into a small business? You want to get into a multinational? What do you want to do? Where do you see your career going? You've got to remember, I've had 3 jobs, as in 3 different companies I've worked for.
Yeah.
I've moved up in those companies.
As a seasoned warhorse, 3 jobs.
I know, yeah, but a warhorse that's still going.
Oh,
hasn't fallen down the trench and got covered in wire. Going to move on from that, yeah. So I think what's happening these days, if you look at, I've got 2 boys and both of them were grad trainees. They wanted to start up. My little one tried hotels. He was a ski instructor. He worked in Soho House in UK.
Okay.
He did loads of different things, and he wanted to try them out to figure out what he really enjoyed. He figured out very quickly he didn't like hospitality.
Fair enough.
But what his passion was cars.
Right.
So he said, right, if I like cars, what do I want to do in cars? Do I want to become marketing, sales? How do I want to do it? Engineering, etc.? And he said, okay, right, I'm going to try for all the grad schemes. So he tried all the car companies and got rejected with every single one. And I said to him, how do you feel about it? He goes, well, now I know what I want. So what I'm going to do, my next tack is to call all those companies again and offer my services free of charge. Give me 2 weeks internship for nothing.
It's a real enterprising mindset.
He's a very entrepreneurial kid, that one.
Right. Okay, because I mean that's a mentality I think anybody in this position, starting a career, could learn from. Because just the rejection, applying to so many people, that's going to be hard. I would guess the majority of people would think, no, this is not for me. I'm not getting foot in the door.
Yeah, that's why you need to keep going. So if you look at we advertise for an intern from MJ. We have interns all the time, and we've got one at the moment, Manuri. So we advertised. And we got loads of response, really good response. And we called 10 people in, okay? Only 3 turned up.
Okay.
I phoned one and said, oh, you're due to be seeing me today? Oh, sorry, I overslept.
Not good.
So my point being on this is not to have a go at those people. Is if you really want, and somebody calls you about a job, an intern's job, you've got to go above and beyond to make sure you're prepared for that. The 3 people I saw were exceptional, by the way. I could have chosen any of them. So if you're starting out in your career, try different careers, try different subjects. So you might want to do marketing, you might want to do PR, you might want to do sales. Look at a company and see what they've got to offer. What's their culture like? What's the boss going to train you as? And at the moment, grads trying to get jobs, it's really difficult. So in many ways, you've got to take a job that's offered to you. It may not be the one you want to do forever, but don't worry about that. You can do 5 or 6 different internships, and eventually one might go, we really like you, and you go, I really like them. And they go, right, we'd like to take you off the internship and put you onto a proper career path.
Okay, so really, before you do anything, it's that strategy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the decision that this is the right thing to do. So you look at your interests, look at where you might be talented, where your particular skills might lend themselves.
What did you do in the degree, or what did you do in school? What's interesting? Is it marketing? Is it customer service? Are you a good talker? If you're a good talker, maybe you want to go into sales. If you're more of a technical person, you might want to go into engineering. Just figure out what you're like as a human being, but also talk to your family, talk to your friends. What do you think I'll be good at?
That's a good thing to do. Surely, if you're in sales as well, I always think there's people. A lot of people say this, and you've said it there. If you're a good talker going to sales, I always think good talker. You're absolutely right. You do need to be a good talker, but you've got to be able to listen because people will tell you what they want.
Absolutely.
That's really a key, isn't it? The ability, the confidence. Salespeople from the confidence and there's a nature, there's a way. I don't have that, but you've also got to keep your ears open.
And that's the key thing, especially in my job. Technically, we're salespeople, but the best people in my business are the ones that listen.
Yeah.
Because if you listen, you understand what somebody's saying to you, but you've got to prompt them to give you the right cues. So you've got to ask the right questions to get the right responses so you understand what they're trying to do.
Yeah. And don't be afraid to ask the daft questions. I've learned that.
But that's a really good question, actually. And I think there is no stupid question. I mean, I was doing a diving course recently, and I'm a diver, and I forgot I had to put the tanks on, where you put the octopus, the hose. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look at you. And so I said to the guy, I'm sorry, I can't remember which way around. He goes, yeah, no problem, that way. Got it immediately. I asked a very basic question a diver should know, but I just mentally forgot. And he went, yeah, just do it that way around. And that was it. There was no, idiot. He probably did think that, but...
I'm not commenting. I'm still thinking of you as a seasoned warhorse.
Forever. In a diving suit.
Probably. Look, so that's interesting. So far we've got, haven't we, loosely, look at what you think you'd be good at, the talents, where your talents may lend you, look at your career preferences, look at the directions you want to go, be confident.
Identify the companies you want to work for.
Identify the companies, that's a good point. What about specific qualifications? Are you suitable for these things? Look at the things that you have in your back pocket, kind of thing.
Look, if an employer looks at a CV, the things I look at is what has that person done? If they're new, what have they done work experience-wise, and how are they educated? Do they have a degree? If they don't have a degree, what work experience have they got? If you want to go into HR, you've got to have a CIPD. If you look in engineering, you've got an engineering qualification. You would have done some engineering. So it's all those things you think you should do. One thing is don't do, and I say this, and this seems to be more of a subcontinent thing. I have very young people doing MBAs, like 23, 24-year-olds doing an MBA. And I'm like, an MBA is when you're 35, 40, when you've had work experience, and the MBA develops you as a general manager and as a seasoned person. Not when you've just started out.
I wonder about that. Is an MBA something that you tack on once you have some experience?
Yeah, what it does, it fine-tunes you and makes you more strategic, it makes you a better general manager, it makes you look at problems slightly differently. But you've got to have been through those problems to really take advantage of your MBA. So what a lot of people do now, and this seems to be a trend in Europe, is you do your degree and then you do a master's.
Okay.
They're extending their education, basically.
Okay.
So more and more people have got masters now.
Right.
I've got an HND, which apparently my kids say means have no degree.
Yeah.
Savage. Absolute savage.
Kids are savage, though, aren't they? Yeah.
One can kill me as well, so that's even worse. Legally.
Oh, man. Heartland text from... she's in Thailand.
Oh.
I guess Heartland's a female name. I was told previous experiences obtained outside the UAE don't matter in applying for a job in Dubai.
No,
I'm not sure.
Rubbish.
That doesn't.
No.
I'm listening from Thailand. I'm from the Philippines. I'm working here at the moment. What I'd like to go to Dubai. Is that true? So no is the answer there. No matter how great your experience is, do you have to start from scratch in Dubai? I mean, it depends on the field, obviously, but I would say no.
She's a Filipino in Thailand, so let me assume she's in hospitality or something. Just
No
assuming. So if you come here, you've got all that hospitality experience. Go and talk to the biggies like Mira, Novotel, Marriott, those guys. They'll look at your experience and your skill set. Absolutely. I mean, Thailand's a very established country. So's the Philippines. You've got skill sets. Yeah, I think Dubai. One thing about Dubai is really good. We do look at experience elsewhere.
Well, I would have thought it's your duty if you're filling a role. You need to look at getting the right person. I would have thought, but no, I would think there's not as much truth in that as maybe you've been told or been led to believe. But thank you for getting in touch. Here's another one. Before we get back to starting building careers, we've gone off at a tangent, but then that's nothing unusual with the season wars. You keep talking about interns, and actually you do, and obviously you're proud of the person that you've got, and proud for her. Can you explain more? And here's why. This is no name on this. I was offered an internship position from an industry I haven't had much experience in, although I have a decade of experience already. Oh. What some companies do is they hire interns for a full-time job, 8 to 5. For a duration of 3 months, pay as little as possible as an allowance, and then they decide if they're going to hire the person. But the trick is just tell the person he or she's not good enough, get another intern. So it's the accusation is the cycle.
You've got to remember that we put a lot of work into our intern. Our job is to give her skill sets. That sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Weird is what it sounded.
But the whole point you have to, when you hire an intern, you have to look after them. You have to make sure they develop, and they have to leave you better than they first started with you. That's the point. Intellectual contract with them. You pay them, and you give them a challenge, and they go out richer for it. So, if you're there is a recruitment company that does this, by the way. I don't know the company. They constantly hire interns every 3 months, and they chuck them out and get new ones. And I think that's a very unethical way of doing it, because you're just using labour. Then you're not developing these people. You're not giving them any experience. And they'll walk away from you feeling very negative about your company. My view is every person that comes into your company as an employee should leave with an experience. It should be a positive one. Sometimes it isn't, but if you keep churning interns like that, you're going to have a very bad reputation. I know the company she's talking about, if it's a recruitment company, they have a bad reputation because of this.
Okay.
They churn literally 10 to 15 interns a year.
It also makes your business a lot harder, surely, if you've got to keep showing people
reinventing the wheel. Yeah,
that doesn't seem like a very intelligent business.
No, it seems like a way
policy.
I know the company we're talking about. They use it to have researchers, and they basically research the marketplace. So they can teach them the basics, and they just use them for expertise, and then they get rid of them, or they hire them internally. Usually they get rid of them. We've got a few of them. They're really good.
That's a shame. All right, then. Let's go back to building careers, starting your career, first of all, researching industries and careers, considering volunteering or interning, assuming you find the right kind of position. The other thing I thought was looking ahead a little bit is finding a mentor, having somebody that you can bounce your ideas off, somebody you respect in the industry, hopefully, that you're interested in, and establishing that relationship. And there are a number of reasons for that. There's obviously the learning process. There's it helps you to build your confidence to work out whether you're the right person. There's also the contact aspect. I mean, there's lots of reasons for that.
I think mentors are really good, but pick your mentors wisely. Don't pick your boss. It's got to be somebody that is outside of what you're currently doing, because they can give you a very impartial view of what you're doing.
Okay.
So, and also when you join a company, don't just pick the best, the person that seems to be the best, or the one that's doing really well. Wait a bit of time, figure out, watch how people are working, and figure out which one fits personality with you the best. Right. But you don't pick the same person as you. You try and pick somebody who can add to you, and can give you very clear guidance and criticism about what you're doing as well.
So go against the grain a little bit. It's not necessarily just sitting with somebody who you kind of agree with, so you can have a nice mutually...
My intern is very different to me. She's an introvert.
Yeah.
I'm an extrovert, as you can probably tell.
You're also a seasoned what?
Extrovert, seasoned wolf.
Yeah, there you go. Another Instagram
I feel a T-shirt coming on.
I do.
But the point being is that you have to have somebody that doesn't just tell you you're fantastic, says, why are you doing that? Give me your reasons, and what do you think you could do that's better? They've got to be able to delve into what you're doing and give you critical feedback.
Okay. So those are all good things too if you're looking at starting a career. Let's move on to if you just very briefly, because we've literally got a couple of minutes left, but if you're building, if you're about to start building your career, and we'll keep this as a topic for another time, but we've been through all of those reasons. What's the last thing you would say? You've made the decision, you've got the mentor, the confidence is built, you've got some contacts, whatever it is. What's the final thing you would say to add to the topic, do you think? Starting your career.
I think be prepared that your internship is not going to be the one you want to do longer term. Don't get totally invested in it, because you might figure out after a month or two that this isn't the right career path for you. So what you need to do is look at what you can learn there, and the next job you go to, take that skill set and apply it. At every point, you may do 3 or 4 interns, and they do here, by the way, they do 3 or 4 internships there. And I asked Manuri why she picked us. She goes, I wanted to add something to my CV that the other 4 internships didn't give me. And I asked her the other day, because she's leaving us, have we done that? She goes, yep. I feel like this has been a really nice step for me, and now I think I know the career I want to move to. And what she's got is a very good mentor and a very good reference. I will give her an amazing reference.
Yeah, okay.
And that's another bit, which is a bit of a calculation, by the way, because if you're MD of a recruitment company with 20 years here, gives you a reference, people will probably listen.
Well, you would think so.
I hope so, yeah. And I think that's a very smart thing for us. First of all, she said to me, would you give me a reference, and can you be my referee? And I said, absolutely.
Yeah. And references still mean something, don't they?
They do. But unfortunately here, people don't check them very much. I mean, I find that amazing. We'll always reference our consultants, but more and more now. I think Manuri's got 2 offers on the go at the moment, and both people have phoned me and asked me what I thought of her.
Yeah, that's good to hear. All right then. So that's starting a career. Next time you're here, and it'll be in the next couple of weeks, I guess, we'll look at building careers. There's a lot to talk about. I've got a number of, I think it's 8 ways to build a successful career from scratch. That would be the headline, the
Perfect.
clickbait, if you like. So we'll do that.
That works, yeah.
David McKenzie is the MD and the founder of Mackenzie Jones. He's not Jones, he is Mackenzie, and he is,
a seasoned horse.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Nice to see you.
Take care, sir.
Really appreciate you coming in. This is Mira Business FM. Don't forget, give us a like if you would like to. We'd love it if you did. Hit subscribe wherever you join us from online. Remember, everything we do is available to listen again or watch again wherever you get podcasts from. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive on Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott, and now it is financial advice. Not really advice, financial direction, financial planning, financial consultancy, stuff about finance with James Thomas, who is an independent financial consultant. And how nice it is to see you.
Likewise, morning.
Good to have you here. So today, a couple of things to talk about today, James. First of all, and I asked you this last week, and you said, no, I can do this. This is fine. And I think it's a question that lots of people who seek advice from somebody like yourself, a licensed financial consultant, I think people wonder, and you're a little bit sort of afraid to ask, how you make money, from the advice that you offer, because it's not as though, people book an appointment and they pay a fee to see you. It doesn't work that way.
No.
It works in a different way. So we'll run through that a little bit later, and I appreciate you being, open to talking about it, because I'm not sure that everybody would be.
No, but again, like I always say, ask the question, because if the advisor is not happy to answer it, it should raise alarm bells.
It should raise a red flag.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's certainly one of the things that I would always happily talk about. I know I always say we're not a charity, and to think there's not money being earned somewhere, dare I say, is slightly naive. There is always going to, we're doing this as a business as well as to provide good quality advice, but in return for that, we're remunerated. Yeah. And I would always, in fact, it's something we always like to cover off, usually in our initial introduction, before we even open that fact find document that we've mentioned many times. Who we are, a bit of description about our company, a bit of description about ourselves. The independence is something that I always like to emphasize. We're not tied to a particular company. But then as part of that is then how we're remunerated. Because clients need to, or prospects as they are at that point, need to know how we get paid.
Well, that's why it's important that whenever I would introduce you, I would always say independent financial consultant. So I could, in theory, ask you anything about any product, because there is no, to use that phrase, you have no skin in this game, particularly until obviously, if somebody asks for a product and there's a commission, whatever, that's a different thing. But also, it's anybody that provides a service, and it's a service that is at a reasonable level of professionalism and everything else, then there's a fee for that.
Yes, accountant, lawyer, doctor. Yeah. Perhaps I'm being a bit big-headed to put me in those categories, but nonetheless, all of those you would expect to pay for their time.
I wouldn't ask you to check my particulars, I've got to be honest with you. But
nor would I be able to do so. But you get my point. A professional service, you would expect that person to get paid for the service they're providing.
You would.
And just as an aside, I think it's been one of the things in the UK press, and I think it would have reached here, the car finance. It was described as mis-selling, but it wasn't so much the mis-selling, because I think most people wanted those cars and were very happy with the product they received. Yeah. But the inference was that they hadn't realised that the salesperson was getting paid for arranging that finance deal.
Okay, yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, I would suggest that that's slightly naive to think, again, you've received a product, there's a person sitting there in a fancy showroom, or perhaps not so fancy showroom, but nonetheless, there's a showroom, there's a car, there's a transaction has taken place, to think that part of that transaction cost is not being paid to that person for providing that service is, now don't get me wrong, some of those deals would have been perhaps slightly
inflated, I'm guessing.
Inflated, but the vast majority would have been perfectly agreeable to both parties in that transaction.
Okay,
in my opinion. But I thought, again, my bigger picture is to think that there was not a commission or fee being paid. So, come on, guys.
Yeah, you need. I take your point on that. I mean, I guess there's very much a grey area in lots of instances, not all, but in lots, between fee-based sales practices, commission-based sales practices.
This is true.
And the grey area of not being as transparent as you might be, or using or employing a hardcore sales strategy and you know where I'm going.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's always the risk with a commission-based product. Is it? And I'm not shying away from that. I've mentioned it in the notes I sent to you. There have been instances that there's very much been mis-selling or overselling of a product for financial gain of the advisor as opposed to the benefit of the client.
Second half of this show as well, I just wanted to just note that we're going to look at the idea is kind of an end-of-year health check, really. The questions that you might want to ask yourself ahead of those New Year's resolutions of, eating less, going to the gym, signing up for a membership for the gym, losing the membership for the gym, not bothering to go to the gym, all of those things that we all do. But so we'll do that a little bit later on. But let's get straight into, we've pretty much been there, really. People need to know what they're paying for and for the advice that they are receiving. It's reasonable to assume that there is a fee at some point down the road. And it's not that you run away from it. You said something earlier on, we're not a charity, you're in business, you want to make money and grow a
And again,
career.
that's not to sound hard-nosed or uncaring. I think you've known me long enough to know that I very much care about the advice that I give to my clients. But we're here to still, there needs to be some remuneration, because otherwise we go out of business. We have, if you're working, you mentioned very, very clearly there, which is the key point, working with a licensed, regulated financial consultant advisor. To get those licenses costs a huge amount of money.
It does, yeah.
The order of 5 to 10 million dirhams. So there's a huge amount of capital that has to be lodged with the insurance authority and the central bank. Yeah. So to think that we're not doing this in an ethical and well-meaning way, it would be very short-sighted, because if you were to complain, that's one of the reasons why there is that pot of cash that's left as a deposit, because if there were to be significant cases of mis-selling, that money can be allocated to those people who have been missold.
Yeah, I mean that's well over $1 million to nearly around about $2.5 million that's lodged, and it's an interesting point to kind of reinforce really that the financial advisory license is a central bank regulated license. That bond or deposit or fee sits with the central bank, and whoever has placed that has a company formed to offer financial advice. That's how it works.
But and in the meanwhile, you also have a very strict compliance requirement, so that that ongoing advice is monitored on a case-by-case basis. So there's many checks and balances now, which is why even more reason that you speak to someone who is working for a licensed company, because that is your fallback position. That is your protection.
Okay, so that's the first fee to think about. Not that that's a commission to you, but that's the first kind of big amount of money, and it should offer some a feeling of, well, at least some, I don't know, give you a little level of confidence for sure.
I hope so.
Well, let's start with the general view. Commission. How fees work? If you how do you make money? Where do we start with that?
Well, I guess, what is a commission? A commission is a payment that's made to us from a company for placing a particular piece of business, a case with them. So rather than the client paying us directly, that fee is generated from the product that's sold or recommended to them.
Okay.
That's as the broad brush definition, as opposed to you coming in and we saying, right, we're going to charge you X dirhams per hour, write us a check or bank transfer. I know we don't write checks anymore, but the principle is still the same.
I was looking at you blankly then, write you a check? Is this 1985?
It's not that long ago that we still had cheques here, but the principle is the same.
Actually, no. Cheques are still prevalent, aren't they?
Yes.
Most people pay their rent by cheque, to be fair. But
a bank transfer of a physical amount that's paid for that time.
Okay.
Generally would be on an hourly or a case-by-case basis.
All right, then. Or an agreed fee
Or
for
an agreed
particular...
fee for a particular piece of work.
Right, okay. Life insurance or CIC?
Yep. Again, I mentioned this because with the product itself, there's again, as we always say, life insurance is very straightforward, sadly. You're either alive or you're not. But with a critical illness, there's a...
Sorry, CIC, critical illness cover.
Critical illness cover.
Use an acronym.
Yep. So 3-letter acronyms, full of that in this industry. As well as the conditions that are covered that are very clearly defined, the commission that's paid is also very clearly defined. This was a directive called BOD 49, the Board of Directors. I know it's a great name.
BOD 49?
Yep.
Fantastic.
That stated what level of commission could be paid on those products. And so, again, while the independence then becomes even, again, very pertinent, because it doesn't matter whether it's a red, a blue, green, purple product, whichever company that may be, it's the same level of commission is paid regardless of product. So when I like to show people a comparison of different providers so you can see why I'm recommending a particular company to you, when it comes to life and critical illness cover, it's purely driven by the premium that's charged by that company.
Okay.
And then we would be paid a percentage of that premium that's generated as a commission. And it's typically 50% of the first year's premium.
Okay.
And then there's an ongoing commission payment from subsequent years of contributions.
Obviously a much smaller percentage.
And it's a much smaller percentage,
Right, okay.
yes.
All right, then. So that's how life insurance and critical illness cover works. What about things like, one of the things I guess you do is you look at savings plans. There are millions of them around that people can choose from if they want to. But they are, contractual savings plans that, depending on how they work, you would be tied in for a certain amount of time. There are lots of different, variances. But, they are contractually
And that's why I've
agreed.
been quite, again...
It's broad, I know.
We're trying to be broad, but equally to give an insight, because as you quite rightly identify, the timescale and the contribution can vary massively, and actually sitting down with your advisor to identify what the right term and the right contribution is. And again, another cheesy line, but one that I like, it needs to be consistently comfortable. So it's an amount that you can afford on a monthly basis that doesn't interfere dramatically with the rest of your expenses and costs over the course of that month.
That's reasonable.
And this is an area that in the past, and which led to that BOD 49 ruling, because it applies to these products as well, to make sure, or to try and avoid the, how should we say, overselling of the product, i.e. moving away from that consistently comfortable contribution level to a point where, while it looked great, maybe while you were here, or indeed, again, dare I say, people like to exaggerate the salary and then minimize the expenditure. When you get to know someone, you start to get a far better understanding of their real costs and expenses of the lifestyle that they lead. I mean, classic example, I earn X and I always have half of that left at the end of the month. And then a few months' time, so okay, well, if that might actually equate to quite a large amount of money. Where is it? Oh, and perhaps I wouldn't be quite as hard-hitting in my questioning, but my point being is that people think they have a lot more, often think they have a lot more left at the end of the month than they actually do.
Which goes two ways, doesn't it? Well, the first thing I'm thinking there is, how well are you really budgeting, first of all, but second, be realistic.
Be realistic.
As we've said a number of times, one of the really important requirements when you talk to somebody about your personal finance is being honest with the advisor, because they need to have a clear picture, but it's also you being honest with yourself.
And that's even more important. And if one of the key takeaways, I always say, even if you take none of the advice that I give you, you should have a far better understanding of your situation.
For sure.
Because when people write down those numbers or see it on paper, it's very often shined a light into an area that they probably just tried to shy away from and thought, oh, I don't want to look at that too closely.
I spent years doing that, so yeah.
But where I was leading to with this, I mean, the regular savings plans are probably an area that have had, as I say, mis-selling, yes, let's be honest about it, overselling, getting people to commit to a much higher level of contribution for a much longer period of time than whether they necessarily realised, but certainly hadn't appreciated what they were committing to. Because you said it right at the beginning of the introduction to this section, that they are contractual savings plans. You have agreed to save that amount of money for that length of time. Now, they do have flexibility, and there is a level of movement in that, but nonetheless, you shouldn't enter into those contracts with that thought process in mind, which is why my view has always been start low and build up. Going back to what I've just mentioned, because that's a much easier conversation in a year, 6 months, a year, 2 years' time. So actually, I've been saving X, but I can actually add another 10% to that. I haven't missed. What I want to, at the review time, I want people to say, yeah, I haven't missed that. Not to say, wow, you've really, it's a real struggle now to do the...
Too much of a stretch.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's back to your phrase, isn't it? That consistently comfortable phrase. I know you've probably said that a million times, and it might be a little bit cheesy, but there was a lot of truth in that.
Yeah.
If you can do it, and it's like, I know I'm doing it, and it's great, and it's but it's okay, then it's okay.
Yes.
If you see
yeah, and then we can build from that. You've then got the commitment. You've got it's become a habit. You've formed that habit. You've got used to, well, actually I earn X, but it's always X minus 5-10%, whatever it may be. Yeah, yeah. And I'm living comfortably on that. And actually, I can now increase that percentage slightly. And then we can build that up. Because I know what happens. People look at they go through the retirement assessment and work out that they need a number. And then they reverse engineer that number back to a monthly figure.
Yeah.
And then they said, right, that's what you need to save. And you've gone through the process. Everyone's got very excited about it. They've seen, I need that. They commit to that number. But actually, that number's too much of a stretch at this point in time. So it's all well and good saying, I'm going to do it. As you mentioned just now, the New Year's resolutions we're going to come on to. You sign up for the gym. I'm going to get in the gym 3 times a week. I'm going to lose whatever kilos. By February, you've already lost.
February, if you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
And it's a similar strategy. You've got that initial enthusiasm, and you're really passionate about it. And then suddenly reality hits. The car breaks down. The washing machine packs up. I don't know. You have to move house. Whatever it might be, or worse, really serious. You lose your job. Then it's, this is a commitment that I'm really, really struggling with.
Well, life happens.
Life happens.
Things change. So,
and that's just the normal course of events, rather than also perhaps a less scrupulous advisor who squeezed that client harder than they perhaps should have done.
Right.
So there's, again, often two sides. And again, so I'm not trying to defend, but equally, not every case is a pure mis-selling, although don't get me wrong, there certainly has been. The other one being the length of time, i.e. is it 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years? And that's an awful long time into the future that you're committing to.
Okay.
So why I again mentioned that in the past, the commission that was generated was based upon the contribution and the term. So here you can see that the For the less scrupulous, it was very beneficial to stretch both, long as possible and as much as possible. Now, again, that earns you a commission payment now, but again, perhaps I know I'm slightly odd, but my view is always try to do the best for the client you're sitting in front of, because if you take the slightly, or even indeed significantly lower level of commission now, but you build that client relationship and you keep them for 20 years, you'll earn way more.
Well,
And do a much better job for them in the meanwhile.
That's taking a long-term view.
It is taking a long-term view, and maybe 20 years is extreme, but I have now, 21 years here. So these products have matured. They have rolled them over into other products. They have been very happy with the returns that they've received. They have, actually, I am still here. I am now being promoted numerous times, or I've changed jobs, or whatever it might be. Yeah, maybe I can't commit to a 20-year term, but we can certainly do another 10 years, and probably because they're earning that much more, they can save twice the amount that they started on when we first started this journey.
Okay.
So, and again, just to going back to those rules that came in, again, great name, the BOD 49, the Board of Directors, the 49th directive, that the commission is much reduced. It's the same as the life insurance. So it's based upon the first year's premium and then an ongoing. So again, it's to try and discourage that overselling.
Right.
Just to be aware of that.
No, okay, I'm with you on that. And what about a lump sum investment? Sometimes, people, I don't know, make a big bonus or come into some money from, I don't know, a will, whatever it might be. What about in situations like that? Because, that, I guess that's a little bit harder to work out.
Again, there are so many more factors. Yeah, how much it is. And it's harder to missell that, I would argue, because you've either got the lump sum or you haven't. You're not manufacturing the lump sum out of nowhere. However, what then can happen is there's numerous potential opportunities to earn additional commissions, fees from a lump sum investment. There's the platform or the wrapper or the portfolio, the investment that the money initially goes into. That can pay a fee, a commission. Again, that has also restrictions here in the UAE because of those regulations, which are great. But it's below that. Start to question if you start to see, how should we say, more specialist investments being recommended to you.
Okay.
It's not a household name that you recognise. Most of the funds that we would use, you would know the names. I don't know whether we're happy to talk about them, but the JP Morgan, the Goldman Sachs, the HSBCs, the Invescos, Investec. There's 5 or 6 that's off the top of my head, but there'll be names that you would have probably seen on a hoarding somewhere, maybe a sports event. They're household names
that if you Googled would come up.
Names if you Googled would
regularly.
Come up regularly. Yes.
Okay.
And you would see they have multiple hundreds of billions under management.
Yeah.
If you're then being recommended a product that perhaps you don't recognise, doesn't have the immediate result on Google that. Yeah, here they are. They've got X 100 billion under management, or trillions with some of these companies. I mean, it's mind-boggling amounts of money. Vanguard, if you're talking ETFs, there's another big one that springs to huge investment. iShares, which is BlackRock. Again, I would ask the question, why is this being recommended to me? Now, it may be it's a great product and it's one that has a great track record. Fundsmith might be one that springs to mind for that. Very bespoke, specialist investment fund that's been running in the UK. Terry Smith, fantastic return. But he's not tied to. He's an independent fund manager. Runs 2 or 3 funds. That's it. But if it's a name that doesn't spring to mind, doesn't seem to have a huge amount of assets under management. Again, that's not to necessarily knock it. That might fall under the, as I've mentioned before, the core and satellite. It could be that it's a really good satellite fund, but it's just triggering a thought process and a further questioning.
Exactly, more questions. That's the point.
Because there has been the case that those more specialist funds, shall we say, are being recommended because they pay an additional fee or commission. And I think right back at the beginning when we started these sessions, there was some news about a particular fund that had actually closed, and they were paying significantly greater levels of commission than the industry norm and offering very impressive rates of return.
Yeah. So if it's too good to be true, if it sounds too
good,
good,
it comes back to that. Absolutely, the old adage: if it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Okay.
There are sometimes exceptions, but normally they're not there.
Okay.
And so that's just more of an aside. But again, ask the question. If your advisor won't answer it, be concerned.
Yeah.
If he they haven't got a reason for why. This fund is great because we like it, because it's in a particular sector. You have asked me, maybe you're looking for some, going back to last week's ethical investments. They would generally, not all the time, but be a smaller investment because they're not as popular in the mainstream. Fine. But if it's, as I say, something that's not getting those answers, then raises a concern.
Exactly, and the point is, isn't it, that you need to be able to ask those questions. If those questions can't be answered, that's a red flag.
Yes.
But there's no reason for not asking those questions, and you have the right to do it. And I guess a lot of people don't. It's kind of hard talking about money, and I understand
it is hard
that,
talking about money. But if you've taken the trouble to sit down with someone, then. I've always said part of this process is education, and while I try and impart as much information as I can, equally it's always that balance that you need to also be engaged with the process.
Well, exactly, but you're between a rock and a hard place in some ways in that respect, aren't you?
Yes.
Because you are caught in this kind of netherworld of I'm this side, but I'm also representing somebody this side.
Yes. But going back to the earnings or the commission, the fee, as I mentioned, the wrapper, the initial platform, that will pay us a commission, which typically will be enough to more than enough. Not more than enough. It's a representative amount for the advice that we have given, and that's why I say it that way. Because if someone's then taking additional fees and commissions on underlying funds within it, then they're taking extra money that should be invested on your behalf.
I mean, what you shouldn't expect, isn't it? If you want to go and take financial advice, you should be able to go and talk to somebody independent, somebody qualified, somebody licensed appropriately, and there is not a fee just to go and sit and undergo that kind of introductory process. That would be unusual, I think.
Yes.
And therefore, the alarm bell should be ringing in that case.
Now, generally, I would suggest that that commission is to cover that initial advice process. Becoming more common now is that then there's an advisory fee, typically 1%. There's an annual ongoing fee that then covers the advice that you receive, for the reviews, any switches that may need to be made, any changes to the portfolio, adjustments. But again, what I should emphasise, if you're dealing with someone like ourselves or any regulated advisor, you would receive a reason why letter that will explicitly break down all of these fees, all of the costs, all of the charges. And you're asked to sign that document. We also have an independent compliance department that will then call you, record that conversation, and send a copy to you. So again, it's all just to make sure that those fees and costs and charges are all completely understood by both parties. Because again, going back to our previous point, we try and give all the information to you, and sometimes there's an assumption that you've understood and you know what you should, assuming does, but equally, if someone's saying, yeah, it's fine, and you've run through it, how many more times do you go back through it? Whereas just to have that...
Look, there's an element of this. There's a simple element of this that, talking about money is difficult because it's private, it's proprietary stuff. But there's also some of the jargon used is a little bit, and it sometimes, and I don't mean to be rude, but I know you'll take this in the spirit in which it's intended. It's not the most interesting stuff at times. It's not, because it's not that easy to understand.
When I'm ringing you up and saying, 6 months have gone by, we need our review, and, well, nothing's changed. Why is he getting so excited? Why is he so desperate to see me? Well, from our side, it's because it is so important.
Yeah.
But as you rightly say, I've done that. I've addressed it. I only saw you 6 months ago. But actually, what's changed in 6 months?
But a lot of the time, this stuff is not. It's not very sexy, is it?
No.
Really, it's not very. Sometimes it's not as interesting as it needs to be. It's hard to.
But I think.
Approach these matters and make it engaging, and I take your point entirely. Where you say, look, do you understand? Everything is. Are you happy with this? Yeah, it's fine. Just go ahead and do it. So that follow up is actually really important.
Yes.
Do you really understand? How this works?
Because again, one, it's to protect you as the client, but it's also to protect us as the advisor, because there have been instances, and again, perhaps I'm being unkind, but selective amnesia is the phrase that we refer to it as. Right. A year down the line, it's all documented, you were happy, yeah, go ahead, and then maybe your circumstances have changed or something has changed your mind. You didn't tell me that, you didn't tell me the other. Well, yes, we did, because it's documented in a written form that you've signed, and there's a compliance call as well.
The other thing as well is people do things and maybe don't listen as much as they should.
Yeah.
There's that side too.
Yes, which again, going back to that, have you understood everything? Are you happy? Yes, let's go. And actually, it has our relationship been strong enough at that point for you, as you say, that's a stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question, because I'd rather you ask it now than come back in 6 months' time and think that you've been misadvised.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just sum up very briefly, because I want to get onto the kind of checklist for next year as well. But the thing is here too, and I appreciate you being transparent today, James, too. But you need to ask questions. You need to be clear. You need to understand what you're doing. And the overriding point, I think that you're trying to get across today is that any good qualified advisor, appropriately licensed, should be happy to discuss how they are remunerated.
Absolutely, 100%. And if they're not, well, my advice would be to walk away and find someone who is, because all of the above is available from many places. There are many reputable companies here in the UAE. Why deal with someone who's not?
It's a good point. James Thomas is an independent financial consultant. He's here with us this morning. That's talking about how he specifically is remunerated in the products that he advises his clients on. Leave us a like, hit subscribe wherever you're joining us from. Get in touch. Let us know what you think. As always, you can contact us, info@mira.fm. If you have a question in any way, there's also whatsapp.mira.fm. And remember, anything that we do is available to listen or watch again. Just search for Mira Business FM wherever you get your podcasts from. So, as I say, James Thomas is here. The end of year health check, James. The questions to ask yourself ahead of those New Year's resolutions, or maybe this is actually your New Year's resolution. I'm going to get my financial stuff. I nearly used an expletive there, but I didn't. How to get your financial stuff together. Look, I've been reading a lot about this online overnight, talking to you today, because actually it's kind of a time towards the end of the year where things wind down work-wise, for a lot of people a little bit.
Yes.
And you may have a little bit more time to spend with family to sort of reflect. And if you're looking at family, you're thinking, how they've been doing, what's going on, and buying gifts. You're thinking about the future a little bit more. You're looking forward to next year. You know where I'm going with this. So it's kind of a good time to reflect on where your finances are I think.
Very much so.
Is that reasonable?
I would suggest it is. And I guess it's all part of that.
It's part of life's rich tapestry. Yeah,
yes.
I know.
But also
that.
where you're planning as well, because one of the things that I've often discussed, we get carried away with buying gifts and spending money, and then January comes and half the gifts are already broken or in the bin, or not being played with if it's a child's toy. Why on earth did I spend all that money? I've now got an enormous credit card bill to pay. January is, not so much here because storm, whatever that's coming in. As an aside, it's usually the most beautiful time of the year. We've got lovely temperatures, bright blue skies. But if you're in the UK or Europe in general and it's dark, cold, wet, miserable, and you've suddenly trudging to work in the dark, coming home in the dark, and you realise that this month that all your hard work is going to settle the bills from
what an attractive picture you're painting at the moment, buddy.
So therefore, where your points absolutely come in is to have that thought process beforehand. Yeah, absolutely. If you are able to wind down for a few days, think about the year. Remind yourself of your New Year's resolutions. If you wrote them down, do you journal? Have you thought,
Do you journal? I keep hearing that. Do you journal?
No.
No, I was going to say, I wasn't picturing you journaling.
People say it's meant to be very good. Do I write notes? Yes, because getting older and forgetful. But journaling practice makes it sound more grand than it is. It's just a scrap piece of paper. Sort out finances, and then where that leads to all the conversations that we've been having. But yes, it's. Did I say something in January? Did I have a thought that, yes, I'm going to sort out my finances this year? Now we are in mid-December, fast approaching Christmas.
Well, New Year and the renewal of the New Year, and you're looking ahead.
Yes.
And naturally, that's what this time is. But that's exactly what I was going to say. It's a good time to sit and think, what was on my resolution list last year? Because we all talk about resolutions. I don't know how many people make them, even fewer keep them, I would guess. But if you're able to do that, that's a great thing. But it's a good time to ask, what was on last year's list? Have you actioned that? When did you last kind of think about what you were going to action? Have you reviewed that situation?
Have you made any inroads into those?
I got to be honest, my resolutions last year, no, not a thing. I haven't done anything. No. But there you are.
And that's, I would imagine, is pretty typical.
Yeah, normal. So it's a good time to do that. So I'm thinking, I found a year-end checklist that I wanted to put to you, and I'll just run through it. Now, this was a US website, okay, but I think there's some points here that reflect and cover. Some of the tax stuff less appropriate for here, so I've left that, but I've still kept some of the headings. Align with your family values, okay. Do your spending habits reflect them? Is it a time to think about that? So, how well your actions in your end-of-year health check reflect on those, reflect on what you've been doing and how it's been over the year, and make sure that the actions that you want to take next year are there. So here's an example. If you're thinking about, I want to be more healthy next year, I want to spend more time in nature, for example, I want to go and start trekking, whatever it is you want to do, are they priorities? Are you ready to invest in that, to promote that side? Thinking that way is the point.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
It's thinking about it, and then they'll say, again, this is where it sounds slightly out there. What did I say last week? Woo-woo. Writing it down, journaling.
I like that.
But it's part of that process of turning it from a thought that only you know that's there, putting it on a piece of paper that someone else can read, and then actually you being able to use that to move it forward to actually happening. So, if you want to go hiking, there's some beautiful trails up in Northern Emirates that I'm told are stunning and should really explore. But if we turn it back to the finances, so have I reviewed my situation? Am I pulling enough away for my future? Have I got sufficient life cover to protect my family? Once they're written down, I think that is then, you will keep referring or more likely to refer back to them. And then I would hope that the next stage is to actually start to think about action in them.
But it's also a good place to start,
and it's a great place to start.
If it's a very personal thing, how does this, aligning with family values? I know I get what. Look, when you give me that, you give me when I give you that phrase. But it's that thing of it's very personal to you.
Of course.
And it's your money.
It's your money. It's you. So again, absolutely, it's got to align with you, which is why I say, even though on the outside, many situations might look the same, they're not, because they're yours and they're your beliefs. It's your money. It's your future. It's your retirement. So it's always going to be about you.
And that's why it's a good place to start.
Yes.
I've got this plan with a friend of mine to do a motorcycle license this year, next year, right? And we decided in the summer we'd do that. And his point was, it's a life skill. Do I want to be a biker? No, not really. But I like motorcycles. I've never really ridden them, but I have a little bit. So I thought, no, I'm going to do a license. Whether I go out and buy a motorcycle is a completely different thing. Probably not. But, it's just a goal I fancy doing. I think it's a good way to travel.
But you've now manifested it, and again, if that sounds too out there, but
we're journaling, we're manifesting. I tell you, who's going woo-woo here? James Thomas. Yeah,
but it's highlighting the point that once it's been discussed with someone like your friend there, it's far more likely to happen, in my opinion, because the two. Come on, we've been talking about this since the summer. 6 months have passed already. We want to do this. Let's go.
Oh, we're doing it in February. I've actually recruited another person to the cause, Faraj, who he's hiding behind his screens here. We'll probably get him on camera at some point. But you're going to do it as well, aren't you? Yeah, he's nodding. See, there you go. Yeah. We're gonna become bikers together. I suspect Faraj just wants a leather jacket with Black Sabbath on the back. But I don't know. It could well be a thing, or maybe Aussie. But that's a good place to start because it's a personal thing, and I think that's a way of kind of reflecting at this sort of time of year. What do I want to do next year? What do I want to spend my money on?
Yes.
And can I spend that money? So
and again, perhaps it becomes the short, medium, long-term goals. And the short-term goal might be that we want to go somewhere on holiday. Okay, that's a family goal. We want to go wherever it may be.
Sure. Yeah.
But then the longer-term goals is actually we want to be able to still continue to do this into our retirement. Therefore, we need to start planning.
Exactly. And that's the starting point. The second one on this list was a little bit more serious and a little bit more kind of up your street, if you like. But this is define your financial mission statement. Now, it might not be that it's changed very much from the previous year. But, redefining is often as good as defining.
Or it hasn't even been defined.
That's another side of this. But you need to be able to ask yourself and be honest with yourself again. We keep coming back to this kind of honesty thing. What is money's purpose in your life? What's it for? What do you want to do?
Why are you working?
Why are you exactly?
What is it for?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your goals? What are your again? That goes. But the previous point, though, you mentioned holidays. Well, that's very. It's not a particularly financially orientated goal, but it is because if you then
family experiences,
it's family experiences, and then personal experiences. Once children have departed, how do you want your retirement to look? Do you just want to be sitting in doors, not able to afford to go anywhere, or do you want to be?
No, I'm a mercenary. I brought my kids up. They pay for me. That's what I'm going to sit on a porch and throw things at passing children. I've told you that many times.
You have?
Yeah, but I won't be doing that.
But I don't know that Donna and Roddy are on board with it.
No, I guess they're not. It'll just be that's old man Elliot. Just ignore him.
Yeah.
But we laugh. But actually, these are very serious things.
It is a serious point, and that's again what I hope comes across with these conversations. It is a very serious topic, but it's got to have some lightness to it because otherwise you just avoid it.
Yeah, quite right. Okay, so number 3 on the list is assess your net worth. If you're thinking about this at the end of the year and it's a good idea to do it, this is the third point. So net worth equals assets, so savings, your house, your property, and investments, and take away the liabilities.
Any liabilities that you have.
The debt.
So and again, nice little exercise to do. Doesn't need to be to the nearest pound, dirham, dollar, but it's just to get a ballpark of where you are. Because if you've sat down with your advisor and you've now got what we say your number is, what are you needing to have to allow you to retire, then have you got closer to it? And if not, why not? Maybe it's because you have been on that holiday of a lifetime. You've taken the family to, I don't know, Disneyland or to the Northern Lights or Lapland or whatever it may be. well, that was great because we've got a great life experience from that we're all going to remember for the rest of our lives. And if it meant that it's reduced the net worth by a few thousand, then so be it.
Yeah.
But again, it's not that you're. Again, that's another point I always like to emphasise. We're not here to beat you up because it hasn't gone up, because that's life. But what we are here to do is help you get to those goals. So, okay, well, that happened last year or this year. What are we going to change next year to make sure that number does improve and increase?
Which is the whole point of reflecting. There's a couple more things I wanted to bring up, and let's use 5, the fourth one on this list. We're coming to the end of our hour, but a good time, and I think this is a really good practical thing to do. We've talked about so far, aligning with family values. What do you want to do? The personal side of it. Your financial mission statement. If you don't have one, the definition of that is important. And then assessing net worth, so you know exactly where you are, in theory, on paper, but drilling down into your actual net worth, i.e. reviewing your income, reviewing your expenses and looking at that and asking yourself, there's 3 simple questions here, and I'll see how you nod when I ask these questions. Did your spending align with your budget?
Okay.
Question 1.
Yep.
Were there unexpected expenses? Life happens, as we've been talking. And are there any changes to account for in the new year? In the coming months next year. So it's just that position. So you're reflecting, but with a little bit more depth on where you are.
I mean, it's the next stage on from the previous question,
Exactly.
really.
Yeah.
But again, writing it down, typing it into a spreadsheet. Again, always a little bit cautious of that because you can get carried away and then suddenly the spreadsheet has got every single number and the spreadsheet's ruling you rather than the other way round.
That's a good point, actually. So being overly careful with everything, there's a point where you can... I have come across
that when people literally have got every last line item on an Excel spreadsheet and that's ruling their lives. And to me, that's the wrong way round.
No, that makes excellent sense. I'm quite surprised, but life is for living, and your money is the facilitator for that.
Yes.
But it can take over, so that you're not living.
No, you're not living. You're being ruled by a number on a spreadsheet, as opposed to the spreadsheet just telling you where you're at.
Okay.
You say, much like I always say, I'm not here to tell you not to do things, but equally, it needs to be managed and balanced with planning for that future that you want to have.
Okay.
But yes, all the above, absolutely. Making a run through of it actually goes back to the previous conversation where we're in income versus expenditure. When often initially starting conversations with prospects, I've got lots of money left at the end of the month. Okay, where is it? And sometimes you get a blank look.
No, not where is it? No, is it?
Or is it? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the end of the month thing.
And it's just, again, being honest with yourself.
Yeah.
Having that, again, you don't need to have it with me or another advisor, but it's just to stop burying your head under the pillow, in the sand. Because that's really the most powerful part of this process, is taking ownership and moving forward.
A couple of things I just want to throw in at the end, because and I know we don't have time to go into them in depth, but it's important to think. I figure reevaluating debt management. If you do have some debt,
always look at the debt. Most expensive debt, credit card, short-term debt. Can you reduce it? How best to reduce it? Mortgages, less so because they're typically more long term, but if they have come to the end of their initial term, is it worthwhile remortgaging? Interest rates are generally coming down around the world, so there could be opportunities to refinance and save some funds there.
Okay, and then savings. So first of all, make sure that you're, that emergency fund that you recommend, whether it's 3, 6, however many months you think you need, and look at the way your savings for retirement are going, the contributional kind of aspects of your savings are going. But there was one line, and I think you'll like this, and I quite like this, and it kind of rounds off the article really. I didn't write this. I wish I did, but it's a good one. The important piece is to make sure every dirham has a job to do.
Lovely.
That's quite good, that,
It
isn't
is.
I like that.
But and again, that ties in everything that we've discussed.
I think so.
Make sure that you're working hard for every dirham you earn. So make sure it works hard for you, be it for just not disappearing. So at the end of the month, you look back, where on earth did that all go? If you can look back and say, I've had an amazing holiday, I've bought this, I've bought the other, not just frivolous items, but I've had a fantastic Christmas. We've done some amazing things as a family, whatever it may be, but just we've gone for that hike. We've bought some hiking shoes and we've gone up to Ras Al Khaimah and we've walked up Jebel Jais, whatever it might be.
I'll see you at the top of Jebel Jais in your dreams.
You'll drive up. There's a nice coffee shop at the top.
Well, there's a hotel at the top.
Yeah.
I'll be there waiting for you.
But whatever it might be, making sure that money's working for you as opposed to against you.
Okay. Appreciate it. James Thomas, independent financial consultant, financial advisor. Appreciate you being honest and open today. I always do, actually, to be fair. But good to see you. And festive
Likewise.
greetings.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Leave us a like, hit subscribe wherever you join us from. Get in touch. Let us know what you think. You can contact us, info@mira.fm over WhatsApp, whatsapp.mira.fm. And remember, the podcasts are everywhere. Everything we do is podcast to watch or listen to again. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.